Okay, we are now streaming.
All right, today is Tuesday, January 11th, 2022, for our City Council work session, calling to order. As a notice to the public, the City Council may vote to go into executive session for legal advice on any of the agendized items. Roll call, please.
Mayor DC.
Here.
Vice Mayor Daggett.
Here.
Councilmember Aslan.
Present.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Salas.
Present.
Councilmember Shimoni.
Present.
Councilmember Sweet.
Here.
Excellent. Councilmember Salas, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? And if you don't have a flag available, please face to the east.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Councilmember McCarthy, our mission statement, please.
Thank you, Mayor. The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. And our land acknowledgement, Vice Mayor, if you could please, state.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm trying to get my camera on. The Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by Native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And that brings us to agenda item number 4, which is our public participation. City Clerk, if you would like to tap in the individuals who would like to participate.
Great, thank you, Mayor. We're going to start with our first internal speaker. That will be Jeff Bauman. Jeff, if you want to go ahead.
Thank you, Stacy. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jeff Bauman, City Traffic Engineer. I'm here virtually along with Sam Beckett, Street Section Director, to give you a 3-minute or less update on the pilot separated bike lane projects on Beaver and Butler. So a quick reminder, the final pieces of both pilot projects were installed by Eagle Mountain Construction at the end of November. Initially, we received some positive and negative comments. We responded to all those comments where appropriate. That feedback loop is generally continued over the first month or so of the program. There's Sam. Over the holidays, we experienced our first multi-day snow event with a total accumulation of, around a foot of snow without significant warm or sunny days. This ice stuck around for a while. This has given our team opportunities to test out all the preparations that we have talked about back at the September retreat. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sam.
All right, thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. As Jeff was saying, we have been trying to track all this data and keep everyone up to speed and up to date on where we are. So just a quick update on the maintenance side of it. What we have found is while it seems to be working as a functionality infrastructure, we are seeing very high levels of maintenance required for this system. Currently, we are up to about 220 of the reflective candlesticks that you see out there have been maintained, replaced, or just completely annihilated. So we're working through that. About 10 of those curbs have been damaged to the point where they can no longer be functional in the system and had to be removed. We've also had some issues and concerns with snowplow operations. So we're working through those pieces right now. Thank you to Council and Mayor for approving the purchase of some equipment to hopefully expedite those processes. However, with the current backlog of equipment and purchasing issues out there, we are working to get those in as fast as we can. Now, with that said, not all this has been bad. We have found that there has been some good pieces out of this infrastructure. While Butler itself seems to be the tighter, maybe a little bit less efficient system, Beaver Street has been a more functional system in place. So while this pilot does bring both sides good and bad, we are seeing that we're trying to balance out what's working and constantly improve on our efficiencies. In addition, we have heard that there has been some delays with some of our emergency services vehicles, and we're working to improve that and try and find the best possible traffic flow options moving forth. With that, I think we're really close on time, and I don't want to run over too much further, but I just wanted to give you guys a quick overview of what's going on. So far, we're pushing really hard to make sure that we're continuously improving our service capabilities to this, like we do with everything else within the city. And we thank you for the option and the opportunity to speak here.
Thank you, Mr. Beckett and Mr. Bauman. Really appreciate all the hard work everyone's putting in on this front. And I know it's no easy task. So thank you. And City Clerk, next public participant, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll go ahead and take our online public commenters now.
Okay.
One moment, please.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hi there. Yes, we can hear you.
Mayor and Council, I have Dawn Rodriguez.
Hello, thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council for hearing me today. The Thursday special session was uncomfortable but necessary. The first day of my ethics class, the professor had over 300 books spread out on tables. He said he bought every book he could on ethics and followed all the footnotes, and they all ended at the Bible. His motto was, do the right thing right. January 10th, yesterday, was the last day to sue the city or the county. All we can have real conversations, and people will give me real answers to my questions when I contact them. In the Arizona Daily Sun, we read the supposed joke about a worker working so much he paid off his mortgage. We didn't see anyone working harder or longer than the residents fighting for the neighborhood. What we did see were county, city, and subcontractors laughing, pointing, and taking pictures of people struggling, cussing at people, not following procedures, fighting with each other at 7 in the morning, and sabotaging homeowners' efforts on more than one occasion. Remember the 4 disaster criteria: feasible, legal, viable, and social. Social is always listed last, but it should be first. HR needs to remember it's a lot easier and cheaper to train someone in how to perform a job if that person is already humble and kind than to train someone highly qualified to be humble and kind. People who are humble and kind will always do their best to do what is best without cheating, by not working, and without blaming others for their mistakes. There were people working in the neighborhood last summer that weren't paid at all and missed work to help others. This summer, 2022, employees that get paid insane amounts of money to abuse people should be relieved of their duties, and residents in the area should be contracted. Several talked down to me and went so far as to say they didn't have to listen to me because they sent the United Way to help. Let's be clear and discuss and recognize that if they didn't mess up so badly, the United Way wouldn't have had to come clean up their mess. I keep hearing about being short-staffed. First, make sure the staff on hand is working according to expectations. The following is part of an email from the Chief of Police this morning. In the future, if you do not receive a professional interaction from a member of my department, please let me know. How kind. This is a welcoming start, but more needs to be done. As we all saw at the special session on Thursday, it is important to get to the bottom of matters. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Don. Really appreciate your input. City Clerk, do we have another public participant?
Yes, we do have 2 more other participants. Dawn, if you can go ahead and unmute and turn your screen off. Michelle, you can go ahead.
We are unable to hear Michelle. Has she been able to unmute?
Yes, she's able to speak right now.
Michelle?
If there's another participant, maybe we could go to them and turn back. Oh,
I think we just heard her.
okay.
Yeah, My computer wouldn't let me unmute, but I'm here now. So Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council, my name is Michelle James. I'm the Executive Director of Friends of Flagstaff's Future. I'm here this afternoon to speak with you about the Lone Tree Overpass. F Cubed is pleased that the proposed design incorporates protected bike and pedestrian lanes on the bridge over the railroad tracks. However, we remain concerned about the size and safety of the intersections at Butler and Route 66. These intersections are designed to speed cars through the intersections with a wait time of no more than 30 seconds. This provides little time for non-vehicles to cross an intersection composed of up to 14 lanes. We encourage the city to design an alternative that does not prioritize the speedy movement of vehicles, but instead encourages the safe passage of pedestrians and bicycles at both intersections. We're looking forward to seeing the additional alternatives that will be presented at the rescheduled Special Transportation Commission meeting that will take place on January 13th. F Cubed again emphasizes that all design alternatives for Lone Tree Overpass incorporate the Flagstaff Carbon Neutrality Plan's mandate for a big shift away from motor vehicle use. All design alternatives also must take into consideration the actions outlined in detail in the Comprehensive Active Transportation Master Plan. The ATMMP focuses on concrete actions that reduce vehicle miles traveled and promote walking and biking infrastructure. In addition, all alternatives must be designed with an understanding of induced demand. F Cubed is looking forward to the presentation by City Sustainability staff of transformative transportation solutions at the January 18th council meeting. Information presented at that time will provide valuable information to both staff and the Flagstaff community about alternative means of transportation planning. F Cubed continues to urge the city to slow the Lone Tree Overpass design process down to allow time for a thorough public discussion of community values and to reach an understanding of how to address these in a final design. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. James, and thank you, F Cubed. City Clerk, do we have another public participant?
Yes. One moment, please. Paul, you may go
Yes.
ahead and unmute yourself and
Great.
show your camera.
Okay, thank you. I think I've turned both of those on. Again, my name is Paul Beyer. I live in the Pine Knoll, Brannon Homes neighborhood of Flagstaff. I've lived here in Flagstaff for 30 years, 15 years in this location. I also want to reinforce Michelle James's remarks on the Lone Tree Overpass. And I guess today I will focus mostly on the fact that in 2018, when we approved Propositions 419 and 420, we did not approve only a railroad overpass, but also a Lone Tree Road corridor that'll go from that overpass down to Interstate 40. So the little part you're talking about now is this 1/3 mile segment from Butler Avenue to Route 66 across the tracks. But it is literally the tail that's wagging the dog, the 2 miles then from Butler Avenue to the future interchange at Interstate 40. This little section that you're thinking about right now is a crucial driver of that other 2 miles from Butler down to I-40. I-40 already exists at the south end of this corridor, and if you accept the proposal that's been the prelim design so far, this massive car-friendly overpass and massive lanes down to Butler, you're creating momentum for a big 4-lane to 6-lane arterial with several traffic lights running for this 2 miles. So as a resident of Brannon Homes, it's going to affect me. For 15 years, I've been a bicycle commuter to NAU. In 15 years, I drove my vehicle to campus exactly 0 times. It's been a great commute for me and my neighbors. And if this project changes Lone Tree Road into another Butler Avenue or another Route 66 or another Milton, it's going to be a big barrier. We're going to be isolated from the south side, from downtown, from NAU. We'll have this big, noisy barrier in the way, 4 to 6 lanes. The Kinsey School, which serves all of the people in Pine Knoll, all of the people in Brannon Homes, all the people in Rio Homes, will be cut off. All those kids will have this major barrier as well. So think about this as a big project. It's not just a railroad overpass. It would be best to design the entire project at once, at least slow down and be aware that if you go with that prelim design, you're guaranteeing a major barrier between some of our underserved neighborhoods and other parts of Flagstaff. Thank you. I look forward to a successful project.
Thank you, Paul. We appreciate your input. City Clerk, do we have another public participant?
No, Mayor, that was our last one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are down to agenda item number 5, which is the review of draft agenda for the January 18th, 2022 City Council meeting. City Council, is there? Oh, yes, Councilmember Shimoni, a comment.
Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. Mayor, let me know if my bandwidth starts to struggle, and I can turn my camera off, but I'm going to try to leave my camera on. Okay, so just one quick thing, kind of in line with the public comments about agenda item 12A, the transformative transportation solutions, which talks about design transportation strategies and a transformative approach that's going to meet our 3 different guiding documents, our regional plan, our carbon neutrality plan, and our ATMP. My comment and question, Mayor and Council and staff, is as part of that conversation, I really want to make sure that we're going to hear from our capital team on which strategies we are currently utilizing and why, along with what their thoughts are on these alternative strategies. This, to me, is basically one of my favorite items I had brought up a while back, so I'm really grateful that staff is helping to facilitate this conversation. It's an extremely important conversation, and I just want to make sure that, our traffic engineers are going to be part of the presentation and discussion. So Rick and Jeff, I'm looking at you, and Deputy City Manager Dilly, maybe you can help out with this process as well to ensure that we have a good presentation for council. And I just want to thank staff for putting together this important conversation for the council and for the community. This is so important, and I'm really looking forward to it. Thank you, Mayor. And if staff wants to respond, I don't know if there is a response, but maybe we can just make sure that our capital team is part of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni, and I am really looking forward to the Transportation Commission on Thursday night. That is bringing a lot of entities together to the table to discuss, and looking forward to the conversation next Tuesday. And I'll, back Councilmember Shimoni just saying, and though I expect this anyways, to make sure that we are inclusive of all of those voices that we also are seeing at the Transportation Commission to be available and presenting their ideas in front of council for, as we see from public participation week after week, as we see by the emails, something that is extremely important for our community. It is the largest capital improvement project this city has ever seen, and we want to be as inclusive as possible of everyone's voices to ensure that we are doing this appropriately. And I trust our city staff to be able to bring that when we meet next Tuesday. So thank you, Councilmember Shimoni, for bringing this up during the agenda item. With that, are there any other comments or questions regarding next week's draft agenda as posted? I'm not seeing anything at this time. So with that, we're ready to move on to agenda item number 6, which is the Commission on Diversity Awareness Recommendations for Equitable Restroom Availability. Presentation from the Commission on Diversity Awareness. So, thank you.
Hi.
Hey.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm Deanne Wegwart, and I am currently the chair of the Commission on Diversity Awareness for the City of Flagstaff. And I have a few PowerPoint slides just to help me walk you through this. It won't take very long. I'm going to try to share my screen. Let's see, where is the share screen? I'm not sure. Oh, there it is. Are you able to see what I'm seeing?
Not currently. I'm just seeing you right now. City Clerk, if we can make sure she has the correct permissions on it. And the share content button, at least on my page, is on the top right next to the mute button, if that's how it works on your computer as well.
Yes, so she does have appropriate permissions, and you are correct, Mayor. There's a small button with a little up arrow right next to your leave button, is what we're.
Right next to the leave button.
Yeah, we don't want you to leave.
I have
one on the left of that.
actually in the middle of my screen, and I have an up arrow that says open share tray there. Maybe it's this one. See what? No.
And I do have the presentation, and if it would be helpful, I'm happy to bring that up and share it from my screen, and you can just let me know when it needs to move.
That would be just awesome. Would you please do that?
Okay. Of course. Give me just one moment. I'll pull that up.
Thank you, City Clerk. Really appreciate it.
You bet. You're testing my capabilities. I haven't done this in a while. Let's see here. Okay. Just to double check, are you able to see that?
Yep, I am seeing it.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, good. So this, as I said, is about the equitable restroom ordinance requests that we have. If you would go to the second slide, please. The Commission on Diversity Awareness recommends the creation and passage of a city ordinance requiring that all single occupancy public restrooms be available for use for everyone regardless of gender. And let me explain a little bit. I'm a cisgender person, meaning that the sex I was assigned at birth matches my gender identity. And so when I walk into a public restroom, I never worry that someone is going to make me feel unwelcome in the restroom that matches my gender. And I also don't worry that someone might be stalking me to see which gender choice I make by walking into a restroom. But people who are transgender or gender nonconforming don't enjoy that privilege and constantly have to be worrying about making restroom choices. The Commission on Diversity Awareness, the commissioners agreed that restroom use is really a basic right and that we should all be able to have that privilege. If you would move to the next slide, please. So the purpose of such an ordinance is to promote the safety of gender nonconforming persons, to create a welcoming environment for gender nonconforming persons, and actually to increase restroom availability for all. You don't have to wait for the correctly gendered restroom if they're all available to everybody. We are hoping that the City Council would be interested in creating and passing an ordinance related to this. Next slide, please. The key elements that we have in mind are these. Restrooms affected by such an ordinance would be those intended for use by one person at a time or for family or assisted use and located in buildings owned or operated by the City of Flagstaff. Signage on those restrooms would include words such as gender neutral, all gender, or just simply the word restroom without reference to the gender of the occupant. Responsibility for ensuring that signage is updated to meet these requirements would be determined by the City Council. The ordinance would affect all existing and future single occupancy restrooms, and the ordinance would include an effective date determined by the City Council. Next slide, please. Going a step further, the Commission on Diversity Awareness requests that the Flagstaff City Council recommend the practice of using non-gendered signage for single occupancy restrooms used by the public but not owned by the city, such as restrooms in educational facilities, healthcare facilities, and businesses that are open to the public. The example I'm showing you here is a sign on a single occupancy restroom at the local YMCA. They had single occupancy restrooms that had signage for men and women, and several years ago, they changed that signage at the request of people who use the Y. to non-gendered signage so the restrooms are available for everybody. And I thought they did a great job of choosing signage that didn't have anything to do with the gender of the occupant of the room. I understand, I've been told that the Aquaplex has done something like that as well, that the single occupancy restrooms at the Aquaplex now have non-gendered signage. And I just want to, I haven't been there to affirm that on my own, but if that's the case, I want to applaud the Parks and Recreation people for making that happen. Next slide, please. That's really the gist of the whole thing. I was hoping that you would be open to this idea, and I am interested in whatever questions you may have. Thank you for your attention to this.
Thank you, Deanna, and I really appreciate the work yourself and the Commission on Diversity Awareness has and the thought they've put into all of this. And thank you, Councilmember McCarthy, for bringing this forward. I do see Councilmember Aslan has a question in the chat box.
I do. Thank you, Deanna. I am, of course, in concept, generally supportive of this. And you'll probably find me to be an ally moving forward. Excuse me. There's always, questions about the details. Can you think of any restrooms around town that are currently gender specific that would be targets of what you're talking about?
I don't know. And, the Aquaplex might have been if they hadn't already changed their signage. That's an example. And I'm sorry to say, I don't get around enough to know where all the nooks and crannies are, so I'm not sure. I think it's important to point out that we're not suggesting at this point that anybody do huge remodeling. We're not talking about restrooms with stalls. We're not talking about altering plumbing, but rather doing something relatively low cost and simple, and that's just signage change. At this point.
I think that's a key component of this, which makes it pretty low-hanging fruit. The ask here is nothing extraordinary, and it's a very reasonable justification as well. This leads me to a question that is not for you to answer, but someone on city staff. I'm just wondering, how do we get this in the code for not just city buildings, but anything that goes up within Flagstaff city limits? Maybe someone could walk us through that process a little bit and a timeline that might be involved if we were to provide direction, for example, to move forward with this kind of.
Thank you, Councilman Aslan. Acting City Manager, if you'd like to chime in.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members, Heidi Hansen, Acting City Manager. Not to put him on the spot, but I'm hoping that Scott Overton, who handles facilities, might be able to lend some help on this question. Scott, are you available by chance?
I am, Heidi.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the question was about changing out signage, right, on existing facilities, correct?
Well, and also not just on city facilities, but any building permits that we approve moving forward.
Yeah, I can speak to city facilities. We can sign them, I believe, just about however we'd like to sign them, so long as it's appropriate and it's to code. And that shouldn't be an issue. I think when it comes to permitting, we're going to have to ask our chief building official, Amy Palmer, and Dan Falk and his group, kind of what the regulations are with the building code. We really don't have that level of regulation or control, but on the city buildings, I think we can really do just about whatever we want to do. So that's one clear line of demarcation, but we're going to need to follow up a little bit on how we can apply that to the building code. And that's where I would assume it would land, is in the building codes.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's fine if you don't have an answer tailored right now for that, but I would be interested in that follow-up.
Okay.
Thank you. Those are my only questions right now.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan, and thank you, Mr. Overton. With that, any other questions from council members? Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Wegwert, for your work here. I'm going to leave my camera off for bandwidth and battery purposes, but I just wanted to express gratitude for you and the Commission's work on this. This is great. I'm very excited about this. I think that this is a small but important step in moving forward, and I hope that we continue to build upon this and with you and the Commission's help moving forward. And just a great example of how helpful the commissions are to the work we do at the council level and to the staff level. So looking forward to seeing this move forward. Definitely curious to hear what my colleagues have to say, if there's anything else we should do to tweak this, but I think that this is a great first step in this direction on this topic, and I look forward to the work ahead. Keep it up, and again, thank you for your service through our commission.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Deanne, did you want to respond, Ms. Woodward?
I don't know what the next steps would be for this kind of thing, or what the commission can do to be of assistance. So I'll wait for direction, perhaps, on that.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Daggett.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Ms. Wegwert, and congratulations to Corey, by the way.
Yes, word's gotten out.
I am fully in support of this and also grateful to the commission for all your work bringing it to us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Sweet, and then Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mayor. And I also just want to thank you for bringing this forward, the presentation and all of the work of the commissions. I realize, after a year of being on council, how important it is for the commissions and the work that you do. So I just appreciate that. I do have one question. I'm just wondering the cost of the signage. I have no idea what signs cost to make these days. Is there anyone that would have that information?
Councilmember Sweet, I was just going to say, moving forward, not to trump Councilmember Salas from speaking, we'll get together with the commission liaison as well as our city facilities public works director Scott Overton and our community development director Dan Folk and Amy Palmer. And we will discuss this request. We'll have to look at our inventory, and we'll be able to bring back some clear steps for you, including signage costs.
Great, thank you. And thank you again for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet.
That help with the signage cost. We do not have that. So I think it probably depends on the building and the particular kind of sign. Pardon me, my dog is fiercely and needlessly guarding me from my neighbors.
No problem. Thank you, Ms. Wegwert. Councilmember Salas?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just checking on my audio and video.
You're good.
Good. Ms. Wegwert, thank you so much. I'm giving you a grateful heart. Thank you for your leadership, as well as the members of the commission, for bringing forth this policy recommendation. I do want to articulate my profound gratitude for your service to our community, dedicating your time and talent serving on the Diversity Awareness Commission. So I am enthused to move this proposed policy forward by means of potential ordinance, and I'm leaning on staff to bring forward a draft ordinance. And then when it comes to budget, actually this comes in as at the perfect time, because we're in budget development right now. So we can include this as part of our budget request for implementing this policy. So thank you, and stay safe and well.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. Councilmember McCarthy has a comment.
I do, Mayor. Thank you. I just want to note that the commission is trying to do something that makes sense, move it forward, but they're doing it in a way that is very reasonable. In other words, it would be required on city facilities, but as far as like businesses in the town, it would only be a recommendation, at least at this point. You know, maybe years from now, we may change that and make it more mandatory. But the proposal on the table right now is very reasonable, and I absolutely support it. And I want to thank the commission for moving this.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. I am also an enthusiastic support of doing this in our city facilities, and I would like to echo our Councilmember Aslan, who would like to learn more about how this could be implemented more broadly than just the in public facilities. And just to get more information on that in terms of direction to staff on as we prepare information to get back with us on costs, etc. And then I will note that there was a comment in the box from Jared Tolman regarding that we do need to just make sure that this is ADA compliant, American Disability Act compliant. So we will make sure that we're checking all the boxes on this front. Again, really appreciate the Commission on Diversity Awareness and their thoughtful care in this and bringing it forward to council. And unless, I do see Councilmember McCarthy does have another comment, but I am seeing a rather large consensus on this issue. So thank you, Ms. Wegwert. Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, first of all, I have not changed my position in the last 30 seconds. I just thought I would point out that there really is a trend in the community. Macy's coffee shop, I notice, used to be male-female rooms, and now they're non-gender specific. And I see that all over the place, both in Flagstaff and as I traveled around the nation. So I think this is sort of a coming thing. And again, I'm very supportive. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Well, with that, is there any further direction you need, Acting City Manager Hanson, regarding this, or any clarification from a majority of council on what we would like to see when this is brought forth to us again?
Nope, it looks like it's unanimous from council, and I've taken the notes, and we will make sure we get back with you.
Great, thank you much. And thank you, Ms. Wegwert, and please pass on our gratitude to the entire commission for their work on this.
Oh, thank all of you. This is great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. With that, we are down to agenda item number 7, and this is the presentation on the Municipal Equality Index, rather befitting for our prior discussion. And this is to obtain feedback and input from council on the 2021 Municipal Equality Index issued by the Human Rights Campaign. City staff, take it away.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This is Chris Rohde, Management Analyst, Public Affairs. Can you see and hear me okay, first of all?
Yep, you are good to go.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you so much. So part of my position here in the City Manager's Office is I serve as the Civil Rights and LGBTQ plus liaison for the community. And one of the things I wanted to do as we get towards the beginning of the new calendar year was give an update on the Municipal Equality Index. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here. I've got my own presentation for us. And can you see the first slide on a PowerPoint here?
Yep, looking good.
Okay, excellent. So I'm going to talk about what this index is, but I want to preface by saying that this is just one tool, and I think it works better if we use this as a tool to talk about how our services and programs are inclusive or lack inclusivity for the LGBTQ plus community more generally, rather than for the way we performed on this particular scorecard. So first off, the Municipal Quality Index, it's an evaluation that's done annually on the policies, laws, and services provided by cities and how well they are, and how inclusive they are to individuals in the community on the basis of sexual orientation and on gender identity. So a lot of the options, both of those are evaluated separately. Some of them they're together, but it depends on the particular item. It's published every year by the Human Rights Campaign, and they do this for 506 cities all across the country. So it involves small cities, large cities, medium-sized cities. 11 of those cities are in Arizona. We're one of the 11 that they issue an annual scorecard for. The scorecard is out of 100 points. So 100 points is the highest you can score, but there are 22 additional flex points. So really you could get 122 points, but you would still get a score of 100. Anything above 100 just counts for 100. They've broken it down into 5 categories. So non-discrimination laws, that would be the ordinances and laws that are on the books. The second category is municipality as an employer. So this is how a city treats its own staff and its employees. The third is municipal services. So that would be the programs that a city offers to its community. The fourth is law enforcement. And the last one is leadership on LGBTQ plus equality. So that would be how members of the council and other elected and appointed officials act in their personal capacities and in their professional capacities as it relates to LGBTQ plus issues. There we go. In the 2021, we just got our 2021 scorecard a few weeks ago. We scored an 88 out of 100. We have had that exact same score since 2018. So no changes have been made to our score over the last 4 years. And this table here shows a breakdown of how we scored in each of those 5 categories. So the middle column there is out of their main items, and then there are some ones that had flex points. The NA on law enforcement is because there are no flex points available for law enforcement. That's in contrast to the non-discrimination laws where we got a 0, but there were 4 points available and we got none of those flex points. So, and one thing you may notice here is that the number of points available in each category ranges quite a lot. So on non-discrimination laws and the municipality as an employer, 30 and 28 points respectively were available, in contrast to things like municipal services and leadership on LGBTQ plus equality, where only 12 and 8 points were available respectable, not including flex points. So we had an 81 out of 100, and then we're given 7 additional flex points for other items. And I'll go into what those are here in a second. There were 11 areas where we could have gotten points in normal point areas and in flex points, and either we received 0 points or did not receive the full allocation that was possible. So these are the 11 ones. I'm going to go into each of them individually, and it'll go in order. It'll go through each of those 5 categories. So as opposed to reading these off right now, because I'm going to go into each of them, I'll leave this on the screen for a few seconds and then move into the first one. If at any point anyone has questions of going through this, feel free to shout them out or wait till the end. I'll note that the 5th item down there is all gender facilities, which you just heard from the Commission on Diversity Awareness on. I'll be talking about some of those same things, but I might have a little bit more information on a couple of the questions that were asked in the previous presentation. So I'm happy to go into that then or at the end, whichever you prefer. The first item that we received a 0 out of 10 for was on our housing non-discrimination laws. There were 10 points available on this one. So it was the largest item that we missed points on. The reason for this is that the city has a non-discrimination ordinance. It covers employment and public accommodations but not specifically housing. This would be Chapter 2 of Title 14 of the City Code. There were 11 cities in Arizona, only 3 received the full points for this item. And there is a challenge with this, and I want to be very careful not to get into any kind of legal trouble here or to overstep my bounds as I'm not a member of our attorney's office. But there is a possible state preemption from doing this in our NDO. And that's because under state law, Title 9-500.09 in Arizona revised statutes, it's a very short statute, but it states that municipalities over 350,000 are allowed to adopt a fair housing ordinance. It doesn't address any cities under 350,000, which we would fall into, but it does explicitly allow cities over that size to adopt an ordinance, and doesn't make any mention of any of cities under that size. I'll also note that the Human Rights Campaign has not given us points for that. They've said that that's not sufficient. And for each of these items, I finished at the bottom of the slide here with a possible action. This is not necessarily a recommendation from city staff. This is just something that council may consider, and we don't necessarily endorse, or we're not asking for it specifically. We're just giving you some things we think could be options. On this one, we could do more research into whether we are preempted by the state, and if not, we could look to include housing as part of the city's non-discrimination ordinance. But that would come from you if you guys want to go down that route. The second item is the city provides transgender inclusive healthcare benefits. This would be to its employees. So some city staff would be the beneficiaries of this, not the public at large. There were 6 points available for it. We got none of these points. Currently our benefits are set along with our healthcare provider. It's Blue Cross Blue Shield currently. We are working with them to see what kind of coverage options are available for transgender employees. But you know, they're the ones that provide those, so we have to work with them to do that. There's ongoing discussions on this topic, but as of right now, we've not added anything to our healthcare policies, that the Human Rights Campaign wants to give us points for. So on this one, we can certainly continue to work with Blue Cross Blue Shield to see what options are available and to see what can be implemented and at what cost to the city for those kind of benefits. Again, I want to say some of these items we will get no points for, and some of them that doesn't necessarily mean that we're failing to provide a service for people. It's just a scorecard that was given by the Human Rights Campaign, and I think it serves as a good framework to discuss some of these issues. 2 points could have been awarded for enforcing our non-discrimination ordinance through the Commission on Diversity Awareness, who again you just heard from. It's currently enforced through the city manager's office. That's part of my role, is enforcing the non-discrimination ordinance. The Human Rights Campaign wants it to be enforced by a human rights commission. For us, it's the Commission on Diversity Awareness. I'll note that we did receive points elsewhere in the scorecard for that commission existing in the first place. Just having it as an entity that works for the city got us points elsewhere. We just lost 2 points because they don't do this particular function. Again, that's done to the city manager's office, and thus far we haven't had any notable issues with enforcing it. If you wanted to revise the mission of the Council of Diversity Awareness to include this, I'll note that it would be an exception because commissions are they serve primarily an advisory and educational role, not an enforcement role of city policy. So that would be an exception if you wanted to go that way. Otherwise, we could try to seek points for enforcing it through the city manager's office with the Human Rights Campaign. However, right now it's with the city manager's office, and That's under my guise as it currently stands. So we lost points for it on that, but whether or not that's actually something that we're failing our community on is perhaps a different topic. This is an item, leadership's pro-equality legislative or policy efforts. This one is very subjective. So 3 points were available. We got 2 out of those 3. And this is something that it's not based on a policy. It's not based on services the city provides. It's really based on the public efforts of elected and appointed officials. So it includes things like speaking out on LGBTQ plus rights, attending events, things like that. And under possible action, I put none because that is kind of something that comes from leadership, not from the city staff. So we got 2 out of 3 for it. It's very subjective. And we've gotten points for it in the past. Missing 1. I'm just letting you know that and letting you know how that one is scored. And here's the one we just talked about. So single occupancy, all gender facilities. This is worth up to 2 points. We currently get no points for it. The first item there was what you just heard. The Council on Diversity Awareness has been looking at this for a while, and they just presented to you on their work on it. You get 1 point on this item for doing it in all city facilities, which is what they were recommending, that we just change our own signage. That would give us 1 point. The second point, it would be from a larger requirement that all buildings in the city comply with this. I want to note something on this. You were talking about the International Building Code a minute ago, and I actually have some information on this that was asked. I think Councilmember Aslan had a question on this, and I actually have some information on this that may be helpful for you. So in 2018, we adopted the 2018 International Building Code the year after in 2019. So we currently operate under the 2018 International Building Code. That building code was the first one that was published that has an inclusion of gender neutral facilities. So under the current International Building Code and International Plumbing Code, I'll read some crucial language here. I did look this up a minute ago when I heard the question, just so I'd have it available. And this is currently in our adopted code. Single user toilet facilities and bathing rooms and family or assisted use toilet and bathing rooms shall be identified for use by either sex. So that is currently in the code that we've adopted. That is already there. There is a 2021 update to the IBC. I did also have a conversation with Amy Palmer on this just a little bit ago to see how we adopt these codes. We adopt them on a 6-year schedule, not on a 3-year schedule. So we would look to adopt the 2024 code. They publish them every 3 years, so we do every other one just because it's an intensive process to research them and do outreach. So we do it every 6 years, but we have adopted the 2018 code, and that does include a provision for single user facilities to be used by either sex. There was an update to it in 2021 that we've not adopted. Essentially, that made it so that you could, in those facilities, you could have multiple stalls or toilets and a common sink area as long as there was a door between them. So, numerous toilet facilities, as long as they were separated from the common area, which has the sinks in it. That part we have not adopted, but we have adopted the single-use facilities being identified by either sex. So I wanted to clear that up just because I heard the question a few minutes ago and I wanted to get an answer for you real quickly. So we have not had a conversation with the Human Rights Campaign as to whether adopting the 2018 code would give us the full 2 points for this on the metric. That's something that we could reach out to them for. As the codes are amended in the future, we could look to adopt updated versions of it that'll be hopefully more inclusive of the LGBTQ plus community. The city could also pass an ordinance that requires this in all other facilities. Again, currently we have adopted the 2018 code, but we don't have a specific ordinance that mentions this either way. There was an item on protecting youth from conversion therapy. It was worth 2 points. We got 0 out of it. Conversion therapy is not banned by the state of Arizona at the state level. They also do not have a preemption on local governments passing a ban on conversion therapy and their limits. So far, only one local jurisdiction has taken it upon themselves to do that. It was Pima County. But it's not in our books. It's not in the state's books. So a possible action to gain these 2 points would be an ordinance banning conversion therapy, as Pima County has done. That would get us the 2 points from the Human Rights Campaign on this item. I'll note that there was a bill introduced last year that was not passed that would have preempted local governments from it. But again, that, the session, I believe, started today or yesterday. So we'll see what happens this year. But as of right now, there's no state preemption on local governments banning conversion therapy. There's a 2-point item in the scorecard on preventing bullying in the services that he provides. So this would be youth programs, things like that. You get 1 point for banning bullying on the basis of sexual orientation and 1 for gender identity. We do have anti-bullying rules for all of our youth programs. We just don't have a single city ordinance. It's done on the basis of each program. So if it's a program at the Aquaplex that runs swimming lessons, they'll have a different language than an after-school program that targets kids. They do have anti-bullying provisions. It's just that they happen on the program level, not at the city level. So we could try to collect all of those policies that are done by city-run programs and submit them as a comprehensive list showing that we do ban bullying on these bases, and see if the Human Rights Campaign would be suited by that. Otherwise, they're looking for an ordinance prohibiting bullying that would be at the city level encompassing all programs. But again, we do have those policies. They're just at the individual program levels right now. The next few items relate to different kinds of services the city provides. The first one is providing services to LGBTQ+ individuals experiencing homelessness. Excuse me. We received no points out of 2 for this one. We do provide services through the Northland Family Help Center. They have a crisis line. They're also a domestic violence and sexual assault shelter. It's not geared towards LGBTQ individuals explicitly, but they have in their policies that they're very respectful of sexual orientation and the self-identified gender of the people that they serve. People who identify as transgender or of a different gender than their physical body are used, at least, are put in rooms with their self-identified gender, so that they're able to pick where they feel most comfortable. And the Northland Family Help Center provides transportation for LGBTQ+ youth to attend 1 in 10, and that is a nonprofit organization here in the city that runs programming for LGBTQ+ youth. So individuals that are youth homeless individuals who are at the shelter. It's in the policies of the help center to treat them with that kind of respect, and they also provide transportation to other programming through other organizations that is very useful to those kids. One thing we could do is document those services and their policies as primary source documents and submit that to the Human Rights Campaign to get those points. They've indicated on these items that they're often looking for services or programs that are geared explicitly towards that community. So we don't do that. We have a larger program that we believe is inclusive towards those individuals. We don't have, a separate help center or shelter for LGBTQ+ individuals. They're in the same help center as the rest of the general population. And the next two items are also very similar to this. So this one is providing services to LGBTQ plus older adults. And again, the Human Rights Campaign has informed us that they want those to be programs that specifically target the LGBTQ plus community and not just ones that target the community generally. They want them to be specifically geared towards that community. In evaluating our programs and looking at ones in the community, we were not able to identify any specific city programs that meet those qualifications that are geared specifically for the LGBTQ plus community, nor did we find programs provided in the community that were not by the city itself. That said, we do provide adult programs through the Montoya Community Center largely, as well as through the Aquaplex, the Recreation Center, and then there are other city programs as well. But in order to get these points, they've told us it has to be specifically geared towards that community. A very similar slide as the last one here, services to the transgender community, and really the same thing kind of applies. They want it to target the transgender community directly. We were not able to identify city programs that specifically are geared towards the transgender community, or programs that are offered by a nonprofit or other non-city entity in the community that provides those services that they're looking for. So we could take a deeper dive and look at our programs and look at them more closely. We could also start up new programs if we want to in order to meet this qualification. And I want to harp one more time just that because we received 0 points on some of these items doesn't necessarily mean that we are not providing the services and programs that our community needs. This is a scorecard from one organization that has a very particular way that they give out points. And the last item that we didn't receive points for, there were 3 points available for it, was a city testing limits on restrictive state laws. So this is designed to be an incentive for cities that exist in states that have more restrictive laws for the LGBTQ community to push back on those state laws. As far as an action, I'm going to go with not applicable and no comment, because obviously there are legal considerations to whether or not you want to do that and how you would do it. So certainly not recommending anything on that topic, and don't want to get don't want to do anything inappropriate here from the city staff perspective. Just letting you know that there are 3 points available for this, and we did not receive any of those 3. With that is each item that we didn't receive points for, and why. We did get an 88 on it. If the mayor or any other members of council has any questions on any of these items, I'm happy to go back to that slide and discuss them, or answer questions more generally.
Thank you, Mr. Odie. I really appreciate the presentation. Council, have to open up for questions or comments. I do have a few myself, but would like to open up the floor. Well, first, before that, can I, with City Clerk, is there any public participation on this? Just to make sure before we...
Mayor, no, we don't have any public comment on this item.
Okay, just want to make sure before we get into discussion. Council, feel free if you have any questions to just put that in the chat box. All right, well, I will say my 2 cents on this issue. So scorecards are one thing, but personally, I think these are the kinds of decisions we should be making more from the ground up rather than the top down. I do believe that we need to address some of these concerns, some of the things that have been highlighted on that scorecard, But what I would suggest is that if we are to pursue large policy changes, really dig into it, this needs to be something that has the buy-in of our community and has the input, particularly as it the areas that we have not gotten the points, particularly engaging our transgender community to help get the input, and our Two-Spirit community to get the input, because there are things on this that are less of an issue potentially in our community. There are other issues that aren't even being brought up on the scorecard itself. So I would like to get more of a localized opinion on this, but we need to do something about this, council. We can't be, having the same scorecard on these fronts for 4 years straight without seeing what we can do. And inevitably, this scorecard is really just to bring awareness, bring attention, and let's bring it the awareness and attention it deserves in my mind. And whether through a committee, a task force, whatever it may be, that gets the community involved to give their policy suggestions on how we proceed. I would like to be able to get that ball rolling in a very inclusive, a very informed manner at the local level regarding these issues. So happy to hear your thoughts on that. Vice Mayor Daggett.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Rohde, very much for this presentation. I would welcome a conversation about not only, if there are things that we can do to make people's lives better in the community, regardless of the scorecard, I'm in agreement that we should be doing those things. And I would like to hear from the community as well about what we can be doing to make sure that Flagstaff is as welcoming and inclusive as we all want it to be.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Other members of council? Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. There's things on this list that I feel strongly that we should do, and then there's other things that I don't think that we do need to do. At some point, we're going to have to talk about individual items. Do they make sense? Do they not make sense? We want to do what's right for our community. We want to be fair to everyone, but we don't want to put any specific group on a pedestal and, treat them better than other people also. So anyway, it's not a simple yes or no. It's a simple, we got to get into the details and, talk about it. Maybe we should send to our Commission on Diversity Awareness and have them look at this. I don't know. And I also want to thank Chris for a good presentation, very understandable. And he made some recommendations where he could, and thank you, Mr. Rohde. So that's it for now.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Chris, for the presentation. Lots of great information. And I would also like to hear from the community. I'm not sure what that looks like or how to even start that, but I would guess that reaching out to our commissions would be a great first step. So thank you again.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet. Councilmember Shimoni? And then I'll go to Councilmember Rex.
And Chris, thank you for the presentation and your work on this. I appreciate it tremendously. That was my thought too. Maybe this should be better through the Commission, Diversity Awareness. And in doing that, I would also reach out to the local groups who, come to mind that would maybe have some good input on this as well as the Commission wrestles with it. And I think our Commission would also know who in the community to reach out to and maybe ask for their help in getting the word out. Kind of similarly to the way we did with this upcoming Transportation Commission, posting it to Facebook, spreading the message around the community that this conversation is being had by one of our commissions might spark some community engagement that would be worthwhile and helpful to help the council kind of navigate how we move forward best. But yeah, I guess those would be my comments, and I'd be really intrigued and curious to see what kind of recommendations comes out of that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Councilmember Aslan?
Yeah, thank you. Can we go back to the fourth slide? The one that shows the overall score?
Certainly. Let me pull up for you real quick.
So what's interesting to me here, or just something that I found interesting that I want to point out and maybe sit with for a second. You spent a lot of time in your presentation going over some of the issues, but just to highlight one place where the score was perfect happens to be law enforcement. This doesn't surprise me necessarily, but I wanted to ask you where this score comes from, and maybe just talk about law enforcement's role in apparently hitting the bullseye when it comes to the scorecard.
Sure. Law enforcement is the simplest category because there's only 2 items on it. They're worth 10 points and 12 points respectively. The first one is having an LGBTQ plus liaison or task force, and we do have that role in the police department. So that's something that we've been doing for several years and have received points for it for many years. The second one has to do with reporting hate crime data to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, to the FBI, and we do that every year as well. So reporting hate crime statistics to the FBI gets you the additional 12 points, and those 2 items alone are 22 points.
Okay, great. Well, I just wanted to sit there for a moment, and one of these places where we can celebrate adequacy. I don't want to leave it at that. But a shout out to Police Chief Musselman and our law enforcement apparatus here at the city for helping to buoy this score the way he did, and also just general leadership on LGBTQ plus is very nice. Anyway, I just wanted to sit with some of the positives on the scorecard for a second. And since I'm here, I will express very similar sentiments to what I've heard from other council members. It might be nice to run this by our other commissions, and there certainly is work to be done. And so I didn't want to whitewash the places where we're deficient, but just wanted to lift that up and thank our city police department.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. I think so. In terms of steps forward, I do think that. I will, Mr. Rohde, if you'd like to jump in to comment, happy to.
Thank you, Mayor Deasy. A few different members of council expressed a desire to go through commissions for this. I wanted to note that I did give this same presentation to the Commission on Diversity Awareness back in November. So I've been working with them for a few months on this, and that's part of why it's in front of you today.
Thank you, Mr. Rohde. So in terms of directions moving forward, to see if council members would like to move forward, is yes, we need to go through the not just the Commission on Diversity Awareness, but multiple commissions. But more than that, I think it's important that, and I don't want to ask specifically if there is this individual publicly, but to my understanding, we don't exactly have many transgender individuals on our commissions. And if that is the area that we are deficient in, we need to hear their stories. We need to be able to have the inclusive conversations with the individuals. And we can look at a scorecard all day, but that doesn't tell us the stories that are happening within our community. A lot of these are very generalized areas. Some of these issues may not be as big in certain subcategories for our city as in another. So I'm suggesting that we don't just put this forward with the commissions, though that is the clear area we're moving forward, and I appreciate Mr. Rohde for approaching and working with our Commission on Diversity Awareness. Obviously, that's the starting point, but we need to open up this conversation far more broadly to include the voices that are seeing these 0 to 3 points, 0 to whatever points. It's not about points, it's about people. So let's get those stories. I agree we should get a real recommendations from the Commission of Diversity Awareness, but after that, get real input from the community, particularly our transgender community that is not as vocal for reasons that are that we all know historically and even today, that discrimination is real, particularly these days for this particular community. Secondly, so I think we're somewhat in agreement there. Secondly, what I want to hear from council, though, is I would like to know more legal advice regarding the housing discrimination. We scored not so well on that in terms, and as stated, it's not preempted, but it does say specifically for those over 350,000 population for a city to be having those types of policies at the in terms of the state laws associated. I would like a more thorough information on that and potential executive session by our city attorney to potentially investigate that more thoroughly on what we can do for our own non-discrimination ordinance, particularly as it pertains to housing. City attorney has a comment.
Yes, Mayor. Sorry, I know you probably have more to say, but just really quickly on that, I did note and looked that up. There is a question as to whether or not it's actually a preemption. I think some additional research is warranted, and I can definitely put that, do that research and put that in front of you as a council in an executive session. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'd appreciate that, to have an executive session discussion so we can understand the legal boundaries we are working with. But that is one that definitely caught my eye as looking through the equality index. That is something that seems we really should be pursuing and add on to a document that we already do have. So happy to hear other input from council members, but that's kind of where I stand. And I just want to continue to reiterate, as we do this, we need the transgender community's input and not just deal with the current establishments, commissions, etc., but ensure that that word gets out for those meetings, that more input can be provided to the public, and see where it goes from there. So happy to hear other council members' input on it. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, Mr. Solomon, if you would do some research and get back to us, I'd like to have that conversation as well.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. All right, moment here. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just figured I'd go ahead and verbalize my support for this direction and effort as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Is there any, Acting City Manager Hanson, is there any additional information or clarification on direction that you would need at this time before moving on?
No, Mayor. I noted that you would like for us to make sure that the commission discusses this in greater detail, and that when Chris Rohde lets the commission know, that they also make sure that we invite the transgender group, or at least let them know that the notifications are out there so that we can hear their voices. And you also have given direction to our city attorney to do some more research on your other item. Anything that I missed?
That seems right to me, and appreciate the recap. So I'll just note, when something is put forth on the Commission on Diversity Awareness, if you could please just inform all of council so that way we can reach out to members in our community who would be interested, particularly the transgender community, to get their input. Just make sure that we're all notified so we can ensure the most voices are there, at least as part of our role through this process. So
definitely, Mayor. We'll make sure that you all know what's happening.
excellent. Thank you very much. Councilmember Sweet also has a comment. Apologies.
Thank you. I just wanted to echo my support and all of the recap. I think these are great moves in the right direction. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Councilmember Sweet. With that, I think we are ready to move on to the carbon neutrality plan, our agenda item number 8, carbon neutrality plan quarterly update. Ms. Antonopoulos, take it away.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Nicole Antonopoulos, Sustainability Director. I am pleased to be here this afternoon to discuss our work over the last quarter to advance the carbon neutrality plan. This afternoon, I am joined by Jenny Neiman, our Climate Manager, Ramon Alatorre, our Climate and Energy Coordinator, and Jenna Ortega, our Climate Engagement Coordinator. So our discussion today will include highlights of our work over the last 3 months. We'll kick off the discussion with a formal introduction to Jenna, whom you met briefly last week during public participation. We will then provide action updates in the key areas of the carbon neutrality plan. Then we will highlight our efforts in engagement, implementation tools, and carbon neutrality plan investment needs. We'll wrap up with a glimpse of upcoming work over the next quarter. So I'd like to take a moment to introduce the council to Jenna. Jenna joined our team in November as our Climate Engagement Coordinator, and we are incredibly thankful and grateful to have Jenna on the team to lead the invaluable community engagement needs that the carbon neutrality plan necessitates. So I'd like to hand this off to Jenna.
Thank you, Nicole. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Jenna Ortega, Climate Engagement Coordinator. I will first say that I'm thrilled to be part of this organization and grateful to have the opportunity to work alongside our community on this journey to carbon neutrality. In the full-time position of Climate Engagement Coordinator, my role is to encourage participation and advance climate action. Some of these responsibilities include coordinating educational capacity building and climate leadership programs, increasing understanding of carbon neutrality, the city's climate goals, and fostering community support, building trust, forming partnerships, strengthening relationships, and ensuring accountability through consistent and transparent communications, working to improve the inclusiveness and accessibility of climate programs and services to better address social inequities, vulnerabilities, and public health, and creating community events, climate action projects, opportunities for participation, and materials to encourage engagement by businesses, students, neighborhoods, residents, families, and community organizations. I know myself and other members of our team are so excited for this position and thankful for the additional staff capacity to advance climate action in our city. To start us off on today's carbon neutrality plan progress updates, you will notice here the familiar honeycomb. This illustrates the 4 main categories of carbon neutrality actions, shown in different colors, along with the 9 target areas that summarize our work. Our team of presenters are looking forward to taking us through each category. To begin, we will start in strong neighborhoods. Within this category, our target areas include equitable systems, community resilience, and decreased dependence on cars. We start first with community resilience. In October, we hosted our annual Make a Difference Day. For this event, sustainability staff teamed up with Water Services, Open Space, United Way, and Coconino County. 31 volunteers participated to help those who were impacted by flooding in the museum fire area. As part of community resilience, we know we need to analyze vulnerabilities, anticipate changes, and be equipped and prepared to handle short-term shocks such as flooding or wildfires. Supporting our neighbors, in addition to stormwater infrastructure and flooding preparation, is deeply connected to the strength and resilience of our community. You might recall hearing about the HEPA filter program during our last update. This was a fully grant-funded program that provided high-efficiency particulate air purifiers to 76 Flagstaff households who were particularly vulnerable to unhealthy air. And we have more good news to report on this program. The city was recently awarded a $2,500 grant from APS to provide another round of HEPA filtration systems. This allowed us to purchase 16 additional systems soon to be distributed. Because resilience and equity are so interdependent, this program not only increases resilience, but is also designed to proactively assist residents who are experiencing low income, poverty, and health issues. It is also important to recognize our community partners and their work to advance climate planning. Their actions strengthen our community cohesion and increase our capacity to respond. City staff has presented to Coconino County Board of Supervisors on the city's climate work. The board directed staff to move forward with setting climate goals and creating a climate plan for Coconino County. Flagstaff Unified School District, or FUSD, is forming an advisory committee to work with city sustainability staff to identify ways FUSD staff, students, and families can contribute to the climate action goals of our community. Metro Plan is working to update their regional transportation plan, which guides investments for the city. This plan has the potential to set a new paradigm for transportation in Flagstaff, helping us to make smart transportation investments that lead to a safer, healthier, and even happier community. NAU is working to finalize their climate action plan. Their new president, Dr. Cruz Rivera, has indicated his support for strong climate action. Currently, NAU is determining which year they will reach carbon neutrality. As a huge part of the Flagstaff community, we hope to see NAU commit to an early date for carbon neutrality and to work with them to achieve our shared goals. Both supporting and expanding the Neighborhood Sustainability Grant Program are listed as priority action steps in the carbon neutrality plan. To showcase the previous 2020-2021 program, there will be a robust standalone presentation on the completed projects and their impacts. We are now in the 21-22 cycle, and the Sustainability Commission awarded grant funding to an outstanding group of recipients. With so many meaningful proposals, we dedicated the next 2 slides to list the organizations and the projects they will be working on. Our gratitude goes to the Sustainability Commission for the considerable amount of time and thought they put into funding the hard work of these community organizations and projects. We invite you to take a minute to read through the recipients of the 21-22 Neighborhood Sustainability Grants. As you do so, I'm going to go ahead and highlight a couple of the projects. Friends of Flagstaff Future will monitor concentrations of air pollutants at drop-off and pickup locations at a K-12 school in Flagstaff. The pilot program will provide recommendations to FUSD schools to reduce traffic-related air pollution, as well as provide no idling toolkits, signage, and air quality monitors. Lefty Lucy Bikes will be partnering with organizations that target low-income residents in the Flagstaff community to increase access to bike transportation and knowledge of basic bike repairs. CoCo-op requested funding to expand their shared tool offerings to include a community tool lending library. As you can see, we have even more projects on this next slide. Community assistance teams of Flagstaff provides culturally competent outreach, compassionate engagement, and empowers individuals to reach their true potential. They are working to convert an old school bus into a mobile outreach center to assist our unsheltered community in Flagstaff. The funds will go towards installing a bathroom and a shower in the bus. Northland Family Help Center's youth shelter will purchase soil, tools, and landscaping materials to repair and upgrade all of their garden beds at the Halo House. They will also purchase supplies and begin a garden in their domestic violence shelter backyard and make cutting and sprouts available to the community. A significant increase in funding to this year's Neighborhood Sustainability Grants Program is the reason you get to see so many different community resilience projects supported on these slides, several of which focus on equity as it is so intertwined with resilience. It's important to acknowledge that increased funding to this program not only helps foster the sense of community needed in building and resilience, but is also part of our work to increase community equity, which is a segue into our next target area. When it comes to equitable systems, we are working on creating ways to better connect the city's climate program with the community and residents it serves. In support of recommendations that were made during the carbon neutrality plan development process, climate advisory groups have been developed to not only advance the city's carbon neutrality goals, but also to bring community voices into local climate planning and support the needs and challenges to climate action in specific sectors of our community. Since I had the opportunity to introduce climate advisory groups at last week's council meeting, I won't repeat all of the same information, but I did want to say for anyone who wants to learn more, I invite and encourage you to visit our website. Instead, I'm going to quickly highlight the need for climate advisory groups in our carbon neutrality work. In order to achieve equitable systems, we know we must build from a culture of collaboration to a culture in which community voices are included in decision-making processes. An important factor to reducing equity gaps is the direct participation by impacted and vulnerable communities in the development and implementation of policy decisions that directly impact them. We are working on many fronts in decreased dependence on cars, the last target area of strong neighborhoods. From an emissions perspective, this is our most important target area, as greenhouse gas emissions from transportation is our largest single area of emissions. It is also one of the toughest areas to change, requiring a completely new way of thinking about transportation. Our goal in this target area is to decrease our dependence on cars through changes to our land use by increasing density and mixing uses, as well as our transportation infrastructure, where we need to deprioritize vehicles. In support of this effort, we were recently awarded a $100,000 grant from Metro Plan Flagstaff. This grant will support our goal to reduce vehicle miles traveled to 2019 levels. This means we must reduce the need to drive in Flagstaff, even as we grow. This grant will help us take on this task, which will require completely rethinking the way that we build transportation in Flagstaff. Nicole Antonopoulos will be presenting to Council on this project next week. Staff have been working with the planning team to revise the Sustainable Building Initiative. This incentive awards housing developers who build sustainably. It is overdue for an update to go beyond our building code and ask more from developers in order to receive valuable density bonuses. We have also begun working closely with the planning team to update the high occupancy housing code amendments. This work is all supported by the recent amendment to the regional plan for carbon neutrality. Council's adoption of this goal will provide more support for this work and encourage more developers to incorporate climate action into their projects. Over the fall semester, the Sustainability Office was a community partner involved in NAU's Community University Public Inquiry Program. Groups of students developed research questions related to decreasing dependence on cars. This partnership will continue in the spring semester, during which there will be a shift in research towards intervention and program development. Next, to speak to the work in clean energy sources, we have Jenny Neiman.
Thank you so much, Jenna. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Jenny Neiman, Climate Program Manager. I'm going to walk us through the 5 slides that relate to clean energy sources. This is, really about where we get our energy and how we use energy in our community. We first start with electric mobility. That's about electrifying our buses, our micro-mobility devices, and our vehicles. On buses, Mountain Line, the city's transit provider, has committed to electrifying its fleet and is already testing electric buses in Flagstaff. On micro-mobility, we've been encouraged to see more and more micro-mobility devices in Flagstaff. You all probably see these 2 around. And with each week, we've seen more and more e-bikes, scooters, one-wheels, and hoverboards. We'll be watching to see which of these small devices are most popular through the winter months. Most of the city's recent work has been related to that third category, electric vehicles. We continue to develop EV charging stations at city facilities through the APS Take Charge Arizona program. This supports our CNP goal of 50 public EV charging stations that are available to the community. We are, with all of our plans right now and the ones already developed, will be at 18 stations. The Aquaplex charging stations are our most recent to be up and running. They currently offer free charging to the community for an initial trial period. Construction on the airport stations, we're really excited, will begin this month, and we're working to design charging stations at the Downtown Visitor Center next. We're now on the wait list for funding for a 5th location at the NASET campus on McMillan Mesa. City staff are working now on a proposal for how we'll charge users for the fuel or the electricity that they get at these stations. I know that council has asked about that in the past, and we will have a proposal at our next quarterly update this spring. Over the past 6 months, the city fleet has also become greener. Here, I owe a shout out to Greg Conlin, our fleet services manager. Greg has been proactively seeking out electric vehicles and works with staff to figure out how we can best incorporate EVs into our fleet. The city's fleet management committee, which is comprised of staff from across city organizations, has also worked really hard on electric vehicles to really change the culture around fleet procurement, to really make us a sort of EV first city, to be in line with council's established EV goals in the carbon neutrality plan. At the Fleet Management Committee, we've had really great conversations about operational changes that we need to electrify our fleet. And now we, always make it a point to ask about, well, is there an EV for that? We've developed internal guidance for how we do that, for questions that we'll ask, as well as how we'll support staff in making the changes in their operations that may be needed for electric vehicles. Just recently, Parks incorporated an electric riding mower into our fleet. This is really, all the Parks equipment has really cool implications for health, for the operators, for our employees, right? They're just quieter machines, as well as for those in our parks. We've also incorporated a plug-in hybrid, which contains both an electric and a conventional motor for use at City Hall. This is actually going to be a pull vehicle so that all employees in the city have a chance to actually use that vehicle and get to experience what driving a vehicle like that is like. We have also have got 2 hybrids on order, 1 electric vehicle sedan for parks, and 5 Ford F-150 Lightning pickup trucks. So we're really excited to see the electrification of that pickup truck fleet from Ford, and other manufacturers are now following. Next slide, please. There are a number of other levers moving personal EV adoption forward. The ACC took an important step forward when it adopted the Transportation Electrification Plan just a couple months ago. This will help Arizona to catch up to other states that are years ahead in planning for electric vehicles. The Sustainable Automotive Rebate Program, which is run by our colleagues in Economic Vitality, has now supported 15 sales of EV and efficient vehicles. So we're really excited about that. I'm also proud to report that we got 200 people into electric vehicles, many for the first time ever, through an event with APS in November. EV adoption still lags far behind what we need nationally, but we hope to see automakers making bigger commitments to electric vehicle production and marketing in the coming years. Consumer demand is just one trigger here. Hertz Rental Cars and Tesla just announced a partnership to get 100,000 Tesla EVs to Hertz rental centers across the country. We've heard from Hertz at the Flagstaff Airport that they anticipate to incorporate EVs into their fleet in the next year, possibly in a couple months. Here we have Tom Brady, who has been part of the national campaign about this initiative. The new airport EV charging stations will be one of the reasons that this Hertz location can bring in EVs. So we're incredibly excited that we were able to facilitate this so that this Hertz location can get electric vehicles. There's some really interesting secondary benefits here when we think about rental fleets and why it's really important to electrify them. Rental cars turn over very quickly, right? They're used for a couple years and then they're generally auctioned off and then they go into essentially the used vehicle market. We actually see rental cars as a way to make electric vehicle like sort of distribution more equitable because it means that electric vehicles are going into the used market more quickly than they would be if they were just, out owned by a personal sort of for personal use. It means that folks who buy used cars who are, folks who buy used cars, right, who tend to be our lower income families, right, that they will have an electric vehicle option sooner, right, than in the next 10 years, let's say, or 15 years when someone else might get rid of a vehicle. So we're really excited about this because of the sort of interesting equity implications. We want all people to have access to EVs because they are, cheaper to fuel and cheaper to run. There's a lot of really good benefits here. And rental fleets are a really interesting and cool way to do that. I can pause here if appropriate for Councilmember Salas.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Jenny. Councilmember Salas, your question?
Yes, and thank you. And pardon my interruption. It's just since you're in the electric vehicle charging station discussion, I just heard from the community that the need is for high efficient charging stations. This was actually brought to the Tourism Commission strategic planning last week, where one of the commissioners spoke to the need to provide high efficient charging stations at 350 watt, which we can fully charge a car that drove from the valley within 20 minutes. So my question to staff is, staff looking into those need and possibilities? I understand Ms. Heidi Hansen is looking at that as we are still in the procurement process for the charging station at the airport, because apparently the charging station at the other locations are not the high efficient charging stations yet. So just getting the word out there. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, Councilmember Salas, thanks for the question. So I believe when they say high efficiency, they're talking about level 3 charging versus level 2 charging. So the stations that we have been installing through the APS program are level 2 charging stations. The reason we're doing this is just due to funding. APS covers, I think, 60 to 70% of the cost of those charging stations, and our portion has been under $10,000. Level 3 charging stations, you are exactly right. They are very quick. You can charge your vehicle very quickly. They cost about $50,000 per charging port. And we've been able to get 4 charging ports for about under $10,000. We have requested this funding in the budget, and we will continue to do so this next coming year. But they are big, infrastructure investments. And so we are absolutely looking at them. We are ready for them. We are looking for grants for them. We do anticipate that the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act will provide funding for these fast charging stations, level 3 charging stations, et cetera. And so we will be looking for that outside federal funding for that, as well as many other sources. We are primed and ready to capitalize on that, but it really is just an issue of funding.
Awesome, thank you. And I do see Acting City Manager Hansen has a comment on that front as well.
Thanks, Jenny. I also wanted just to add, because Councilmember Salas brought up me looking into the airport. As you know, we are still developing the area right before the terminal for EV charging station at the airport. I have been since told by our project manager that we aren't able to change what we already have going on, so it will be level 2 there. But I just wanted council to know that in the new parking lot where we have, I believe, 4 stalls for additional EV charging stations for the future, we will look at having level 3 or the higher efficiency as needed. And the airport would probably be able to pay for that with some of the grant money that they've received. But I just wanted to let everybody know that the charging stations that we have that are going to be going in at the airport currently will have to stay at level 2 because they are so far along in the project with APS. Still is going to be a great benefit to the community and a great benefit to our patrons at the airport. But again, for the future, we'll be looking at higher efficiency in the other lot. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for the addition, Acting City Manager. With that, I'm not seeing anything else in the chat box, so please proceed.
Thank you, and thanks for the good questions, Councilmember Salas. So for electrification, we continue to take steps forward. EVs are one area where the market's moving really quickly. Building electrification is much tougher, to be honest. It will require slower change. It requires a lot of community education, one-on-one engagement, contractor training. We've been doing a listening tour of folks who have attempted to electrify their homes. We want to hear about challenges they face doing that, lessons learned, etc. We're planning community education events for both residents as well as contractors. We've really got to help people learn about the new way of heating your home through super efficient cold weather heat pumps. These heat pumps are rated, a lot of them are rated down to -22 degrees Fahrenheit. They are more than enough to heat a home in Flagstaff. And we've seen a lot of other cold climates adopting these heat pumps. But we have a lot of education. Heat pumps have come a long way in the last couple years and really last couple decades. And, you know, we've got to help people understand the new technology. And so in some ways, we're pushing back against misconceptions about electric heating and what technology is available and what it can do. And so we have kind of a big hill to climb there. We also want to work with contractors. Contractors are absolutely key to meeting our electrification goals. We cannot do it without them. And so we want to talk about this new technology, talk about costs and benefits, how they can be working with residents, etc. We do have a building electrification hub website as well. So if anybody out there is listening, we talked about it last update, but we have a whole lot of new information on how you might go about electrifying your home, why you would want to, etc. Next slide, please. Next, we're working to clean our electricity. So we're now in the 4th year of a contract for Hoover Dam Energy. This provided 628 megawatt hours of clean electricity to the city of Flagstaff last year. Through this contract, we've also been able to accrue significant savings for the city. We saved $21,000 just this year for the city. And that's through some work we do based on just different Hoover contracts and buying energy on the open market. But we're seeing a lot of benefits from it. We have a big update now on clean energy procurement. We'll soon begin receiving clean energy from the Leeward Wind Farm in New Mexico. This purchase of offsets will account for 100% of the city of Flagstaff municipal organization's electricity needs. It's really important that this is a first step in our trajectory towards clean energy and energy independence for the city of Flagstaff. We're continuing to pursue building our own large-scale renewable energy project on city-owned land. This will increase our energy dependence and accrue more benefits to the city of Flagstaff. This commitment will be for the first 6 months of 2022, and there will be a request in next budget cycle to continue this purchase for future years. We are also facilitating rooftop solar on homes across Flagstaff. We expect 68 installations to come from the Solar United Neighbors bulk purchasing project. Solar has already gotten on 39 roofs in Flagstaff because of this project, with almost 30 to be installed by mid-spring. This project has had really significant economic impact. It nearly doubled the business for rooftop solar, a local business in town. They have hired 5 full-time positions in roles from installation to project management and site analyst. Importantly, we're also seeing increases in the demand for solar beyond the co-op, and more folks are realizing the benefits of solar. A lot of climate action is about shifting the realm of what's possible and shifting norms. And when you see your neighbor getting solar, you're more likely to consider it for yourself. Really exciting. Related to this, we are going to launch another round of the Solar United Neighbors Co-op. We'll be doing that this spring. This will provide residents with the ability to get into a new bulk purchasing group to negotiate for lower prices due to the bulk purchase contract. So we're deeply excited. And now I believe I'm going to be handing this off to Ramon.
Thank you, Jenny, and thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Ramon Alatorre, Climate and Engagement, or Climate and Energy Coordinator. I will be moving the presentation along to the focus area of managing consumption and reducing our energy use. The funding for the energy rebate program has been fully distributed. This means that for the next 6 months, the remainder of this fiscal year, the program will be going dormant. Of note, this program has allocated all funds by December or January in 4 out of the last 5 years with relatively minimal marketing effort. This year, we did have a few social media campaigns to highlight the changes that were made to the rebate program. We also spoke on the local radio Sunnyside and made other efforts to get the word out about the income qualified rebate supplement. However, it is worth noting that none of the applications received were eligible for the income qualified rebate supplement. And to us, this indicates a couple of things. First, and perhaps unsurprisingly, the structure of rebates, even with supplements, can be very difficult for many to access. This is generally known about rebates. In order to receive a rebate at a later date, a family needs to have access to upfront capital, which can be a barrier to participation in any rebate program. If our aim is to increase support and access to low and moderate income families, then we will need to consider exploring other structures beyond the supplement for the next fiscal year, perhaps moving towards a pre-bate structure, for example. The second conclusion is that at our current rates, the rebate awards are insufficient to support and catalyze these types of energy and money-saving measures for families in these income brackets. The Home Energy Efficiency Workshop series has been underway since October of this year. This is one of our oldest programs in the Sustainability Office and has been running since 2013. Last winter, we went fully remote with this workshop due to the pandemic. This year, we have been able to host 4 live workshops total. 2 workshops have been in person and 2 via Zoom. Our goal is to continue offering the live workshop in both formats through March. We know that some people prefer attending workshops in person. We also know that it can be easier for some people to attend via Zoom. So by alternating the format as much as the pandemic conditions allow, our hope is to make the workshop accessible to as many people as possible. I would also like to take a moment to remind Council and the community that we have recorded this workshop and turned it into an online course that can be taken for free anytime. So if the prescriptive 1-hour windows of the live sessions don't work for your schedule, consider attending in this format. And one question that people ask us all the time is that if they take the online course, will they still be able to get the kit of energy saving supplies? And the answer is yes. No matter what workshop format residents attend, the in-person, the live remote, or the online anytime, we will be happy to provide attendees with the free kit of supplies. Finally, the energy services contract with Noresco continues to move ahead at full speed. In December, members of the Noresco team were in Flagstaff to perform their initial audit of priority sites seen here on this slide. Personnel spent half a day at each site and gathered mountains of information to take back for evaluation. Additionally, sustainability staff coordinated with the Noresco team for an official kickoff on January 6th, which was attended by representatives from across the organization. There is a lot going on with consumption and waste. There have been 5 waste diversion events in the past 3 months, including a drop-off day in October, which diverted over 9,500 pounds of waste from the landfill. The Sustainability Office is also hosting the annual tree cycling program right now in January, which converts Christmas trees into mulch for parks and beautification projects after the holiday season. The free residential food scraps drop-off program transitioned from the staffed booths at the farmers markets to self-service drop-off stations in October. 2 self-service drop-off stations are located at the Flagstaff CSA store and the Hal Jensen Recreation Center. Compostable items brought to these locations are then transported to local farms in northern Arizona. Some upcoming actions include the completion of the Trash Less, Save More pilot program in Ponderosa Trails. Households have the opportunity to select smaller bins in exchange for a rebate on their city services bill. After this pilot program is finished, we will analyze the data and develop a plan for citywide implementation more widely. And the final focus area is upholding our commitment in carbon dioxide removal, and there have been a number of notable actions. First, the Innovate Waste and Carbon Removal Challenge officially kicked off in November. Sustainability staff presented at the kickoff event at NACET and will be presenting at pop-up workshops in February and March to continue to engage with the entrepreneurial and business community on what is projected to be the next trillion-dollar industry in waiting. Staff was also invited to co-develop a presentation that was delivered during the United Nations Climate Change Conference in Glasgow. The presentation, which was titled Local Governments Advancing Carbon Dioxide Removal Together, was developed in collaboration with staff from Boulder County in Colorado, as well as members from the Center for Negative Carbon Emissions, Carbon Direct, and the Open Air Collective. The 1-hour presentation can be found on our website on the carbon dioxide removal page. In coordination with this presentation, staff also announced the launch of a carbon dioxide removal coalition with Boulder County. Flagstaff and Boulder have been meeting regularly for the past 4 months, and this coalition is a first step in trying to coordinate actions and aggregate local government resources for greater impact. Staff would be available to provide more detail at a later date, but the basic idea is that alone, Flagstaff might not have the resources to generate interest from the highest impact carbon removal project developers. But in collaboration with other local governments, the aggregated demand might be enough to support one or more charismatic and high impact carbon removal projects. And with that, I will hand the presentation over to the Director of the Sustainability Office, Nicole Antonopoulos, to give a few more updates and wrap up our presentation.
Oh, Nicole, you are muted right now.
Thank you. Thank you, Ramon. Now on to another important topic, engagement. And our efforts to engage with our community continues. We graduated our 3rd cohort of sustainability leaders. These committed community members completed an 8-week course. And during that course, participants learned about specific sustainability issues that our community faces and work together to imagine solutions. And then participants provide sustainability-oriented volunteerism to our community. We also received recognition by Arizona Forward for the carbon neutrality plan, and we are in final consideration for an award, and that announcement will be made in the late spring. We co-hosted 5 active transportation master plan open houses and collected nearly 150 survey responses on the Flagstaff Community Forum. We also developed videos about the benefits of active transportation. And you may recall last week during public participation that we launched 3 climate advisory groups, and that was mentioned and highlighted a little bit earlier in the presentation. We do have a couple upcoming actions that I thought would be beneficial just to note here. And so we have 2 opportunities in January, and both will be held virtually. We have our home energy efficiency workshop, where participants will receive a free energy kit and learn about safe and effective installation. We also have our Climate Ambassadors training, and that training is a 3-hour workshop that provides training on how to discuss climate change in Flagstaff and engage in positive climate change conversations and actions. And that training is for anyone in high school or older. More information on these opportunities are available on our website, flagstaff.az.gov/climate. And we are about 6 months since the passage of the carbon neutrality plan. And we continue to build implementation tools that will be constantly evolving. First, we have a new tool just this month, and a huge thank you to the city clerk's office. We worked with the clerk to add carbon neutrality plan alignment information into the staff summary packet and the portion of the city council's agendas. So beginning last council meeting, council can now see carbon neutrality plan alignment information for each agenda item. This field is similar to the regional plan and performance-based budgeting fields that you see in your agenda packet, where staff indicate how their agenda items relate specifically to these policies and community priorities. This carbon neutrality field is no different. It is another piece of information to aid the council in their discussions and decision making. In the carbon neutrality plan field, you'll see that staff identifies strategies from the carbon neutrality plan that are supported by that agenda item. Some of these could be very clear. Let's say the purchase of fleet electric vehicles, that directly supports our electric mobility strategy to electrify the city's fleet. Others may be indirectly connected, and these are items that support city infrastructure, but they also may be related to our resiliency strategy. Or agenda items to, let's say, increase housing density may support equity and decrease dependence on cars. The goal of this information is to support council in relating their decisions to the carbon neutrality plan. We would like to note that the carbon neutrality strategies are not regional plan strategies or policies and should not be used as findings in support of council's development decisions. Council can rely on the updated climate policies in the regional plan to support decisions. So we are working to incorporate carbon neutrality plan strategies into development reviews to ensure developers are aware of our climate goals and how they can contribute to them. And we are working hard to provide them with resources and information to assist them. We are also available to assist if you have any questions or concerns. Second, we are also collecting information about carbon neutrality plan alignment for new funding requests, as we have in the previous budget cycles, but we're doing this through performance-based budgeting and a new tool. So a big thank you to the finance team for supporting these efforts and working with ResourceX to incorporate carbon neutrality plan questions into the software platform. And this information similarly will help staff across the organization and our team to identify the budget items that will advance the carbon neutrality plan. And this is also going to ensure that we can communicate to the community in real time about the city's investment in carbon neutrality plan. And then our greenhouse gas emissions inventory is a very important step in measuring our progress. We as the city, our third A-list recognition by the CDP, which is an international third-party disclosure organization. And this award recognizes cities for both inventory management and climate action. Moving on to the investment strategy, we completed the first program design sprint with our investment consultants for our high priority residential deep decarbonization initiatives, including whole home retrofit program, rebate and bulk buy programs. And we are using the results of our work so far to incorporate into the ongoing bond discussions, including costs as well as impacts in terms of greenhouse gas reductions. I'm going to talk a little bit more about this on the next slide. I also wanted to mention that we have worked on a preliminary finance model for a smart e-loan program, and this incorporates an interest rate buy down or a loan risk buy down and opportunities to assist our community to advance energy efficiency with a smart low interest rate. Again, to be discussed on the next slide. All right, so staff have worked hard to develop a proposal for 8 highly impactful projects that we have put forward to be considered by the Citizen Bond Committee. And I'm just going to go through each of the projects very high level. So the first is Healthy and Efficient Homes, and this initiative is intended to increase home health, safety, and energy efficiency through 5 components, which include deep residential energy retrofits, an expansion of our existing energy rebate program, multifamily housing retrofits, which hopefully will remove financial barriers, and energy efficiency and renewable energy loan programs, as I just mentioned, as well as weatherization and energy efficiency workforce development. The second proposed project is called Energy Independence Initiative, and this is a two-part initiative. The first part would fund large-scale renewable energy projects and clean energy offsets. The second part is a solar and battery microgrid project at water services, operational facilities, emergency response facilities, including fire stations, the police department, and the Flagstaff Airport. The third is a proposed project. It's called Safe and Accessible Bike and Pedestrian Infrastructure. And this would allow for bike and pedestrian infrastructure upgrades to create a safer walking and biking environment in Flagstaff and to advance and accelerate the active transportation master plan. The fourth proposed project is called Community Health and Resilience Initiative. This is another two-part program or proposal. The first is a community resilience hub development through transformational retrofits of city recreational facilities. And these hubs would provide refuge and resources in emergency situations, big or small, and respond to an increase in extreme weather, emergency, and smoke events. The second part just expands our HEPA filtration program, and you heard a fair amount about that earlier in the presentation. The fifth proposed project is an accessory dwelling unit infill accelerator. That's a mouthful. This proposed program would provide incentives for newly constructed accessory dwelling units that are built with a commitment to provide affordable rental housing and superior energy efficiency of the unit. The sixth proposed project is called Healthy Homes and Stove. This proposed program would provide wood stove rebates for residents. This would complement a federal incentive rebate program, and so we're focusing on leveraging resources on this particular initiative. The seventh project is called Community Electric Mobility. This is a two-part initiative that includes a city-operated bike share program and a subscription car sharing program for Flagstaff Housing Authority sites. And the final proposed project is the Northern Arizona Food Systems Support, and this is a multi-pronged approach to improve food security in Northern Arizona. Please note that the proposed projects that were submitted to the Citizen Bond Committee tally approximately $70 million, far exceeding the city's bond capacity. But we wanted to give the committee a full understanding of the investment needs identified in the carbon neutrality plan. Jenny and I will be presenting these projects in more detail to the committee in mid-February. I would be remiss if I did not mention that in addition to the proposed projects, the potential federal funding through the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act targeted for climate action and resiliency will also be needed to advance and achieve the goals of the carbon neutrality plan. Okay, teaser alert. Here are a few things that are in the works from the Sustainability Office. So to be expected in our next update, just going to highlight a few. We are preparing for earmarked funding of a retrofit program through the omnibus spending bill, and we hope to hear some good news in the next month or so. We are also working on the frameworks for residential solar and electric bike incentive programs. We have those frameworks drafted, and we are planning to schedule a work session with the council as directed a few weeks back. And we hope to be in front of council in early March, if not sooner, with those frameworks. And we are also working on introducing a carbon dioxide removal zoning code relief code amendment, and this proposal would come, as it comes forward, it would be intended to be similar to the affordable housing zoning code relief that was passed by the council, but this would be for businesses that are focused on or contribute to carbon dioxide removal initiatives and efforts. So with that, Mayor and Council, thank you so much for your time. It was a lot of information, but as you can tell, we have been incredibly busy and are here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I was gonna say, have you all had a break in the last 3 months? Because
we drink a lot of coffee.
Yeah, Small but mighty, our sustainability team, that's for sure. Thank you so much for the presentation. Happy to open it up to comments and questions from the council. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, mighty sustainability team, for that great presentation. Can you tell us a little bit more about the presentation that you made along with Boulder? Is it Boulder County? Can you just touch on that? I thought that that was really interesting.
Ramon, take it away.
Sure thing. Yeah. We were fortunate to get connected with Boulder County through the Open Air Network. Open Air has had their ear to the ground trying to listen to see what local governments are talking about carbon dioxide removal. Boulder County is sort of a similar peer city. They've got some funding, and they've actually even put out requests for proposals seeking responses in order to advance carbon dioxide removal projects. And they were actually flummoxed. They didn't get any good responses. And so that's sort of where this idea started to come together about, well, what if we start getting other local governments together and we think about aggregating demand. It's almost like the solar co-op where you get a whole bunch of people together and you say, hey, there's 100 of us. What deal would you give us? Local governments potentially acting in a similar way might be able to get the attention of some of the really high quality carbon dioxide removal project developers. And so we might have the ability to just leverage aggregated demand. And so that's some of what we presented at the presentation. Our presentation was actually broadcast live in Glasgow by our Open Air Network peers. And we've continued to have these conversations with members of local governments through the Urban Sustainability Directors Network and otherwise. So it's a collaboration we're excited to continue developing and seeking other peer cities that might be interested in joining the coalition.
Thank you so much. I think that that's wonderful that you're working with other municipalities and agencies, and I look forward to your continued updates about how you're helping us do better and become more efficient financially and energy-wise.
Sure. It's actually also a little bit of a teaser of what when talking to the NACET community and the Innovate Waste and Carbon Removal Challenge, one of the things we're liking to seed to potential entrepreneurs and businesses alike is there is demand out there. And right now there are communities that are saying, we're seeking projects like this, and there can be a struggle to find somebody to fill that demand. And so it really has been in many different publications, New York Times Magazine and otherwise, sort of teased as the next $1 trillion industry. If it took, a $1 trillion industry to put all of those emissions into the air, it could be the next $1 trillion industry to remove all of it. And trying to position Flagstaff as perhaps a place, an incubator, an accelerator where some of those businesses and economic opportunity is kind of coming to the forefront. If we're leading on it, it could be a really interesting opportunity for us. So those are some of the conversations that I'm having with the business community as well. And it's a nice kind of combination between carbon dioxide removal, just that target area, and just the opportunity.
Well, thank you all for your work.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Exciting stuff from you all. Councilmember Shimoni, please jump on in.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, all. Jenna, welcome to the team. Very excited to have you as part of this small but mighty team. Jenny, DC, Nicole, hi, and thank you. After that update, I do imagine the team being like 20 people deep, but I know that that's not the case. And even though we have great volunteers and support from the public, you all carry a lot of this weight, and I'm so proud of this team's efforts and really hope that the city continues to embrace these ideas and values and concepts as we do our business moving forward, so that we're all climate advocates and champions. And it makes me think of Dean with
forgetting his title, but that we're all ambassadors and that we're all part of this effort together. A couple quick comments. I was glad to hear about the electric vehicles and thought about the bikes, and was glad to hear about that towards the end of the presentation. You know, I do think that, like, you know, as traffic continues to be, congestion continues to be bad in town, and we continue to grow and change, and then the cost of a vehicle, gas, and parking, I feel like that electric bike really fits that, like, next step for a lot of folks in getting them out of their car and gives them that flexibility. But yet it's still costly, right? It's not like a cheap used bike. It's still a pretty decent chunk of an investment. So I'm glad to hear that, Nicole, that we're moving forward with some kind of incentive or effort to help people get there. And I look forward to the upcoming budget conversations to see that through. Really excited to hear that there's another solar opportunity for the community coming soon. That's great. And I think that first one was such a huge success and such a huge jumpstart in our community. In the budget request discussion, and you know, I really want city leadership and division heads to really come to us, the council, in this upcoming budget cycle, and show us a path forward, and you know, that change that shows us that it's not just this group of individuals working on it, but you all at the city are working on this and are looking to start shifting and morphing your efforts to get us in line to reach our neutrality plans. And I really appreciate the comment you made, Nicole, about the climate neutrality plan being, you know, part of our city staff summaries on our agendas. That's huge. That's absolutely huge, because that also goes in line with my last comment about the budget and leadership at the city, because often what we're doing as a city can be contradictory to our goals and plans. And we just have competing values and priorities at the city that council, we need to step in on and ensure that we're heading in the right direction with reaching our goals around climate neutrality. And then I was wondering, Nicole, in a future update, I wonder if we should, you know, either do like a you know, some kind of audit of our city. And I know that's like an intimidating word, but some kind of, you know, consultation where we can, you know, look at all of our city efforts and look at it through different sections or divisions and get an update on where different divisions are at and what their goals are moving forward. And I know that's a huge undertaking that, you know, maybe we can tackle in the years to come. But maybe through these quarterly updates, we can start focusing in on one or two divisions at a time and get, you know, get like a real clear sense of where they're at in the sense of our neutrality plans and goals, and how can council help them, you know, move forward, and where are the obstacles. I love the 8 investment strategies. I think those are great. And my last comment, Mayor and council and staff, is just an idea that came to my mind in regards to, like, you know, how to empower this big shift and this change that we're looking to see people do. I'm just thinking about how successful games are in competition. And I'm just thinking maybe we set up a game or a competition, like a checklist with points for either individuals or students and or businesses, and say, hey, businesses, if you reduce the use of single-use, you know, takeaway materials and, you know, a whole list of things, you can get these points, and, you know, make it a game and a competition, and see if we can empower local businesses and community members to kind of take this pledge and be part of this effort. And then we can highlight them and, you know, at these quarterly updates or through our social media. Anyways, just an idea. Take it or leave it, but great update. And thank you all so much for all of your really, really hard work. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you everyone for the presentation. Welcome, Jenna. You are playing a huge role, and I want to thank you for being part of the team. And the list of the grant recipients was very exciting to see. I would love to see another ride and drive event. I missed the first one and would love to take advantage of the second one. Excited for the contract with the Leeward Wind Farms, and wonderful to see another round of the solar co-op. And thank you everyone for using local business for that. Very huge. And I would like to see, of course, local business for the second round as well. And thank you for working so hard on the implementation tools. That was an exciting list for me to see as well. So great presentation, great work. I don't know how you all can fit this into your day. So congratulations on everything you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet. Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question and then I'll make a comment. Can staff expound on the recent grant that it obtained from Metro Plan Greater Flagstaff?
Absolutely. Jenny, would you like to speak to that?
Sure,
Or I can chime in.
No, it's all right. You follow up if needed. Thank you, Councilmember Salas. It is a big grant for us, so we were really excited. What this grant does is in the carbon neutrality plan, we talk a lot about the big shift. Transportation emissions are our largest area of emissions, and our goal is to hold vehicle miles traveled constant at 2019 levels. We know that vehicle miles traveled are already growing again, and so really it will be a reduced vehicle miles traveled. We normally see VMT, which is the acronym we use for vehicle miles traveled. We see that number grow every year. And so we know that no matter what, holding constant to those levels will be really tough. This is probably our most aggressive goal in the climate plan. And it's the hardest nut to crack in a lot of ways, just because a lot of our transportation choices are so embedded into the structures in our community, into our land use, into the way we build our roads, et cetera. And that all leads to the vehicles that we all might travel to get our business done every day, right? To complete our daily tasks. And so in order to change this and in order to achieve our goal, we need the big shift. That's what we really why we always talk about that. We need a essentially complete transformation in how we think about transportation. And so what we did is we applied to Metro Plan to start that process. We know that process has to begin with training, with a lot of sort of workshopping among staff, with figuring out how we really shift all of our systems, right? And so we went to Metro Plan and we said, we need some money, we need some help. And so what that grant is gonna do, it's gonna sponsor a training. That training is gonna be available to actually all agencies of Metro Plan. So that's the county, that's FUSD, all the major players in thinking about transportation. That's Mountain Line as well as NAU, right? We're all gonna get in a room and then have this conversation about what the next steps in transportation looks like, what transportation in the next 50 years will look like, what other cities are doing already. There are a lot of other cities across the country that have taken on the desire to tap down VMT, to change transportation, because there are so many benefits to it. And so this Metro Plan grant will help us to have those conversations internally. That's the first step. The first step is training. The second step is to help us develop some calculators that will help us understand vehicle miles traveled and how those vehicle miles traveled change when we get new developments is one, and when we do new infrastructure and when we build new infrastructure, and what are those impacts on VMT. It will also help us build out tools to incorporate in that new information. So that information we can get through modeling and we can work with a consultant to get that. But the harder part is actually to incorporate that information into our processes, right? Into our policies and into the ways that we plan for transportation. And so this information about vehicle miles traveled, when we put in new lanes, when we have a new housing development, the new hospital, that will all change how we travel around this community. That will change our vehicle miles traveled. And so this grant is really to help us understand those changes and actually make policy changes and make decisions around those transportation changes. I know that was a lot. I hope that was understandable, but just let me know if you have any questions.
And And if I may add as well, we recognize that with the big shift, there are a lot of new strategies that have to be incorporated, and we need to provide those resources and tools for staff as well. And so, as Jenny noted, that first part is really, really important, but we need to ensure that we follow up with the resources that our staff needs also.
Wow. Energy and enthusiasm is contagious and inspiring. Thank you. Well, having that in mind, I am excited that sustainability's involvement with MetroPlan will also evolve into, supporting and complementing the development of the regional transportation plan as being led by MetroPlan. And also with the goals that have been identified, and with the Infrastructure Investment Jobs Act, or the bipartisan infrastructure law, I mean, your efforts are more needed and relevant more than ever, as the city and perhaps MetroPlan pursues other grants like under Protect, which calls for a resiliency improvement plan. And then in terms of safe streets and road under Vision Zero, where the goal is zero fatality, is to come up with a comprehensive safety action plan. And I believe the Regional Transportation Safety Plan is being initiated by NACOG. And there's about $1 billion in terms of funding for the Regional Transportation Safety Plan. And of course, other funding sources to support electrification and EV charging station, as well as complete streets and modernized signals, and strengthening mobility and revolutionizing transportation. So keep up the good work. Keep amazing us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. Councilmember McCarthy has a question.
Well, thank you. I'll kind of start it with a statement. We've heard several times tonight that transportation is the leading cause of greenhouse emissions. And I'll just point out, which has actually been referred to already, but the way we use our land and the way we implement our zoning code probably has more impact on transportation than anything else. So we need to keep that in mind when we're making zoning and land use decisions. But then the next biggest issue was buildings, heating and cooling and lighting. So since I've been on council, we had a discussion about, how well insulated our buildings need to be based on our code. And I don't know if anybody knows the answer to this, but I don't remember if we actually upgraded the code or if we just talked about it. But I think we do need, if we haven't already, to upgrade our code on insulation values. I know when I built the house that I'm sitting in right now, I paid just a few $100 extra and I insulated it extremely well. And I can walk into my neighbor's house in the summer and it'll be 85 degrees inside their house. And you know what they're all doing? They're all adding air conditioning because they can't handle 85. My house has never been hot, not even once since I've lived here. And the reason is it's insulated well. So anyway, my question is, what have we done on that? And is there room to do more? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. So this gives me an opportunity to shout out our Community Development Department and Amy Palmer, our head building official. It was actually one of the first actions after the passage of the 2018 Climate Action Adaptation Plan. Amy and her team, supported by Victoria, said, we've got to update the most recent building code. So we have updated the building code after the first climate plan. That was in 2019, we adopted the 2018 suite of building codes. This included the 2018 International Energy Conservation Code, which was a really big jump for us. We had been on sort of a worse than 2009 code. We had 2009 with a bunch of exceptions. And so we jumped forward about 9 years or 3 code issues. You are right that building insulation is incredibly important. Building energy efficiency is the most important thing we can do, right? It's a lot better to not use that energy instead of needing to use it from solar or wind or et cetera, right? We must reduce our energy use totally before we even get into renewable energy. So yes, we have updated our building code in 2019. Do we need to do more? Absolutely. The carbon neutrality plan includes a strategy to adopt a net zero home code. And so to build net zero homes from the start by 2030. So we've got a lot of work to do to work with our building industry, to work with Amy Palmer and her folks, but really to help our whole community get ready for that. A lot of different municipalities are already requiring that or already have it on the books that they will require it in the next decade. So we are not leading the pack there, and we're going to have a lot to learn from them, but it's absolutely on our mind. It's deeply, deeply important. So thanks for the question. So, go ahead.
I was just going to say thank you, Jenny. I appreciate your answer.
Of course.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Councilmember Shimoni?
Yeah, really quick. I just wanted to add, in this conversation about Boulder and partnerships, which I'm so proud of our team for looking outside of our city limits for partners. I just wanted to mention to everybody that I helped to facilitate a conversation with our engineers and Portland's engineers last week, and we had a great discussion about what Portland is doing and how they're doing it. They're leaps and bounds ahead of us in their efforts and in adoption of policies and values in regards to this big shift. And they have their own issues. No one's perfect. But I was so pleased with the conversation we had. And I got a copy of that discussion that we had, and I posted it today to my YouTube channel and my Facebook page. And I will share it with council, or I'll have leadership share it with council and staff. But folks, if you are interested in this, please definitely take a look at that video on my YouTube page or Facebook page. Really good discussion was had, great presentation from their staff. And the best part is that their staff is willing to continue to work with our staff to help us through these changing times. And I'm proud to say that there's already been discussions between folks at MetroPlan and Portland staff kind of going back and forth with questions. So yeah, just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you. No questions or comments from me at this time. I just wanted to pop in real quickly to thank our sustainability team for all your hard work, all your amazing work. Really appreciate what you're doing. Very grateful for you and your team, and keep up the good work. And just want to echo what I've heard from others. And also I want to appreciate Councilmember Shimoni for what he said earlier. His call to action for council to take up arms, so to speak, here and really make the push in terms of transportation for us to be able to reach our carbon neutrality goals. I echo those sentiments and that challenge to council. And thank you all for being there on the front lines and doing such an incredible amount of hard work in the face of a great deal of resistance, not necessarily in your immediate sphere, but you guys are pioneers in getting all this through, and couldn't appreciate the heavy lift more. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. And just to cap it off here, I just want to say I'm really excited with your work with the city clerk's office to get this added into our staff summary. This is really a big thing that I don't think people recognize as much on how big it is, that it's going to be really the forefront on our summaries for a lot of our agenda items. So I just like that we are really implementing this and really keeping it part of the narrative on all the things that we are discussing. So with that, the only other thing I have to suggest is, whenever we have like an 8-hour straight meeting of executive session and normal session, if we could just throw sustainability in there for like 10 minutes to reinvigorate us, that would be really awesome. So aside from that, thank you, Director Antonopoulos. Thank you to your whole team and all the things you're working on, and it's always a pleasure to have you before us. So thank you much.
Thank you.
All right, with that, I think it might be, and Jenna, welcome to the team. I'm sorry I did not mention that before. I'm so excited that we were able to have an add-on to the team that's going to work so great, and really appreciate you. So keep up all the good work. With that, I think it might be time for a little break. What do you think? It's been 2 hours and 37 minutes. So let's take a 15-minute break and be back here starting up at 5:52. Agenda item number 9, and this is our COVID-19 update. Acting City Manager, take us away.
Mayor, thank you. I'm going to just turn off my camera while I present, but I will let you know that there will be several presenters tonight, all from the reentry team. And I wanted to thank Amy Hagan ahead of time because she is actually going to be forwarding our slides. So Amy, thank you, and just bear with us. So thank you, Mayor. I'll get started. So good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. Again, Heidi Hansen, Acting City Manager. I just wanted to let you know that we are bringing back the council item request from last Thursday's special meeting in regard to the following. Thank you, Amy. Basically, what we said we were going to, what was asked of us, we were asked by council to review our current phase 3 plan and to assess how we want to move forward as an organization. I shared on Thursday that staff would get the reentry committee back together to have the discussion. The reentry team met on Friday and Monday, and we will share information on the reentry phase as well as offer a mask availability update. And lastly, we plan to share information on your request to attend the COVID Emergency Operations Center meetings. Click slide, please. So currently, the City of Flagstaff, we are in phase 3 of the reentry plan. And so what this means is the following: that most city facilities are open to the public with limited in-person services. Majority of our city meetings are virtual. The facility seating areas are either closed or limited to discourage congregating. We have protective measures in place and enhanced cleaning. We continue to emphasize working remotely where applicable. Our indoor recreation facilities and libraries have a tiered reopening. We have special event and permits that are less limited, and our masking is required in all facilities. And we have limited travel for staff unless, of course, there are measures that are put in place from the CDC. Next slide. To recap what phase 2 is, just as a reminder, the city operations and meetings function virtually. Majority of city facilities are closed to the public, but actually really the facilities that were open, the one that comes to mind was the visitor center, and that was at limited opening. Essential services are performed in person and on site. Special events and temporary use permits are limited. Most outdoor park and court amenities are open. Field permits are limited to 100 people. Again, the visitor center and J. Lively ice area are open on limited basis, as I mentioned the VC before. Travel and group gatherings are suspended or held virtually. Closure of facilities, just so you all know, when we were in phase 2, creates an impact to our employees. Basically, when we were in phase 2, we just wanted, as a reentry team, to remind you that there were several employees that had reduced or no work to perform because basically their job is working with the public at the actual location. And so basically we had some people on furlough for quite a while. And then also just what it does to us being able to help our community overall. So this is just a very condensed version of phase 2. Stacy Salzberg, our city clerk, sent you the reentry plan in an email prior to this conversation if you'd like to have more specific. Click slide. So basically, the city recommendation is to remain in phase 3 with site-specific recommendations. We want to strongly encourage employees to work remotely when able. We want to continue to manage COVID exposure mitigation through regular discussion with staff on scheduling and more. We want to continue to limit hours of operations and our services in our city facilities. We want to continue the mask requirement within our city facilities and vehicles when more than one person is present. We want to continue our enhanced cleaning schedules. We want to continue large group meetings as virtual, and we want to continue to address ongoing changes as we pivot and are needed. So basically, what I'm going to do right now, Mayor and Council, is turn the time over to Sarah Dar, our Housing Director, to kick off how we are going to do some change and tweaks to our site-specific recommendations, but still keeps us within phase 3 recommendation. So Sarah, click slide, please. Thank you.
Oh, you are on mute, Dr. Dar.
Just when you think you're completely prepared. Apologies. Thank you for the kind reminder that I was also muted. As Heidi said, I'm Sarah Dar, the Housing Director, and I wanted to cover with you mainly our Housing Authority offices, but also let you know that the housing office that is at the Water Services Admin Building does remain largely remote. That staff can work remotely. It hasn't been open to the public historically, not even pre-pandemic. It's just a staff office. And so the bulk of the staff in that office does work remotely. They're there once in a while, but in general, that staff is entirely remote. It's different at our Housing Authority offices, given that we meet a lot of clients and that there's a lot of files with identifying personal information that can't leave that office or our other Housing Authority offices. So that staff works in the office. Our main office on Fanning reopened the week of June 21st with, we did limit the hours a little bit. We are now Monday through Thursday, 8 to 4:30, and Fridays from 8 until noon. And we limited lobby seating. We eliminated one of the virtual kiosks so that we could create greater space between them. And we still continue to see clients by appointment only. So trying to reduce that exposure time. When we reopened our offices, given we'd been closed for so long, we did not have a giant herd of people rushing in the door. And it generally stays that way. We have a fair number of community members and clients that come through our office every day, but we have not needed to ask people to limit the capacity of the lobby. We ask staff to be on top of it when they have someone coming in to meet with them so that they can get them out of the lobby in an expedient fashion, and have not really needed to ask people to wait outside because we've hit a capacity. So that's been fairly easy to manage. So with that decreased traffic, though, we are still doing enhanced cleaning. We do have limited lobby seating. The other change that we've made is an outdoor table that we bring at the end of the day. It has a lot of resources on it that are the things that are most commonly asked for, either by community members or needed by Housing Authority clients. And so we've seen some decreased traffic coming into the enclosed office space because we're able to offer those forms and resources outside. We're very strict about masking. Masks are provided if people are not wearing them when they get to our offices. If they choose not to wear a mask, we request that they meet with us remotely, either via phone if they don't have access to technology such as Teams or Zoom. Our staff is meeting with clients in conference rooms when possible in order to be able to increase that spacing, not only for the safety of staff, but also for the people that we serve. Additionally, our maintenance staff is continuing to follow the same PPE rules we've had in place the entire time, which is where they are wearing appropriate PPE when going into a person's home to fulfill maintenance work orders. They respectfully request that the homeowners stay, either not be in the home, not homeowner, there's the program mixing, the resident in the public housing unit either not follow them around or be out of the unit while the work is being performed. We find there's generally great compliance with that. We also prioritize critical work items. So if it's a health safety issue, say the toilet stopped up, we have staff going in to address that. But if there's a loose hinge on a cabinet, we're waiting on that until there's something else in the home that needs to be done so that we're minimizing that contact for both staff and our residents. And I'd be happy to answer any questions at the end of the presentation, and I will hand it over to the next presenter. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share how housing is handling that.
Thank you, Sarah. So as far as the Flagstaff Visitor Center, Council just wanted to share what our hours of operation look like so that you're aware that we are open Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Sundays 9 to 4. So we are a 7-day operation. All staff and as well as visitors have to be masked at all times. And if a visitor enters or wants to enter, they are greeted at the door and they are offered a mask. Also, we have all visitors entering through one door and exiting for another one so that we can continue to track the flow. We also are still asking them to practice social distancing when they're coming to the counter. And our staff is also doing amazing with the enhanced cleaning because we also have restrooms available for the public. We have visitor guides that have always been available outside the building, and they still are, and we replenish them throughout the day. And the next thing that we're going to be doing is to kind of model what we've done with the Snowplay hotline is we are actually going to be advertising our visitor center phone number so that if people would rather call for information instead of having to park and come on in, we can definitely do that. So we'll be getting that word out on social and some other means. And as far as the Snowplay hotline, I believe that they are taking over 2,000 calls when we have a snow weather time with snow. And I will tell you that's a lot of calls, but they're managing them well. And again, this is a promotion that we've been doing with the city and the county. So now I'm going to turn it over to Jared Tolman, our library director, to speak about the libraries.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jared Tolman, your City and County Library Director. Our libraries are currently open right now during phase 3. There we go. Now you guys see me. So our libraries are open right now during phase 3. Our downtown library is open Monday through Friday from 10 to 4. The East Flag Library is open Monday through Thursday, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. and Friday through Saturday from 10 to 2. If we were to reduce hours within phase 3, we could reduce those hours for the downtown library from 10 to 2. And then for our East Flag Library, we'd be able to reduce those to Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday operating hours. As we look at how we're currently providing services to the community, one of the things that we've continued to do is reduce the amount of seating that is throughout the library. If we were to reduce that even further in our phase 3, it would just mean removing even more furniture. As Heidi Hansen mentioned earlier, we do that to just keep people from lingering in the buildings and provide it so they can come in, get what they need, and then go without staying in too long. We could also reduce our computer time available to patrons from 2 hours to 1 hour. And we could go back to our old system where each computer is only used once before it is cleaned before the next use. We did stop that as we followed our reentry plan, but we can definitely go back to that as we're looking at reducing services because of the spike in COVID cases. And then lastly, we could also reduce our customer service points to where when patrons come in to check out library items, instead of meeting with a patron, they could use our self-checkout service or continue to use our curbside service. Our online phone reference service has still been going and still available for anyone who needs that. And then we could also increase the amount of cleaning that we do throughout the building on a more regular basis. So those are the aspects that we can do to reduce services and interaction with patrons throughout the libraries here in Flagstaff. And we can look at what those needs are and definitely make sure that our cleaning is up to. And with that, I will turn it over to Rebecca Antonopoulos.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Rebecca Sayers, Parks, Recreation, Open Space and Events Director. Thanks for having us tonight. So our recreation facilities are all open right now. As you may have seen inside the reentry plan, there are tiered plans that they vary by facility. And so I'll go through each of those facilities for you. But I do want to point out a few things that are, it's okay, Jared, that are common for all facilities. So staff manages the tiered openings as needed based on staffing availability and operational need, as well as what's going on with COVID in the community. So what I mean by that is we have struggled, I'll be honest, to get a lot of staff back. From those furloughs. We did open most of our facilities in May and June and July this year. So if we are having some staff that are out sick, as we're dealing with in the rest of the city, this isn't just recreation, we may need to reduce hours of operation or programs just based on those absences. But masks are required as they are at all city facilities. Again, this is something that is a little bit of a struggle when you're talking about recreation facilities where people are working out or swimming. So they're not required to wear a mask while they're swimming, but they are required to wear one while they're working out. And that's been a struggle, as I'm sure council has seen in their email box. And our enhanced cleaning at each facility does continue. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry, Amy, could you go back one slide? There was a point that I really needed to make. About the masking, we have been trying to be fairly compassionate and kind and request that people wear their masks. It does get frustrating for staff to have to ask someone repeatedly, but that's what's happening right now. I just wanted to make sure that council was aware of that. We, given some recent complaints and certainly due to the current spike in numbers, we're prepared to start asking those patrons who cannot comply or who refuse to comply, we will be asking them to leave. And of course, we'll work with them to provide services another way if that's possible. So next slide, Amy, thank you. Let's start with the specific facilities. So Josie Montoya Community and Senior Center, as the title says, this serves our most vulnerable population. So they are currently open, but there is very limited programming and use. Most of the use in that facility is either the lunch program that's operated by Coconino County or user groups that come in and use our facility for the space. We have very limited use in that meal program is drive-through only right now. So what we are recommending due to this current surge and to protect both our staff that work here and the public is to temporarily close just for hopefully a few weeks. This is the only center that we're requesting or recommending a temporary closure. The impact would be minimal. As I mentioned already, we would still continue the meal service. And we, as we offered last spring, a partnership with AARP for tax prep services. That is scheduled to begin in February. It's a one-on-one service by appointment only typically. And so we would still like to offer that service, which we can do safely. Next slide. At the Hal Jensen Recreation Center, you may recall that we had a recent IGA that council approved for the transition schools. So we do have that partnership to be mindful of and maintain. We're recommending that we stay where we are. We are open with limited hours. It's Monday through Friday. The big difference we have here this spring is the youth basketball program we were just getting ready to start it up. And we are scheduled to start practices this week. We have made sure that everyone who has signed up for the program understands that masks will be required during practices and during games. We have gotten agreement from everyone who signed up to do that. We still recommend that it's probably smart to delay this program by a couple of weeks until we see what happens. That runs us into spring break in terms of timing, but we think it's important to still offer this program, but probably delay it and see what happens with the COVID cases. If we did end up canceling, we could absolutely refund everyone's money. Next slide. At the Aquaplex, if you're following along in the reentry plan, we are currently in Tier 2, which is limited hours and programming. Certain programming areas of the building are still closed, such as the kids club is closed, the climbing wall is closed, and there are no community room rentals. We recommend staying here. We have manageable participation numbers right now. The pool pretty much has a maximum capacity. We're capping it at 50. We rarely reach that, but sometimes we do during our open or recreation swim. The fitness floor on average has about 7 participating up there, which is plenty of room for people to spread out. At times we've had a maximum of around 15. So we feel that these are manageable numbers. It is allowing for lots of distancing. We do have, for example, on the cardio machines, every other one is closed off so that there is spacing built into the way we have the floor set up. Next slide. And the last center we have is J. Lively Activity Center. We're currently kind of in a hybrid between tiers 3 and 4. They're almost completely open, except for party room rentals. You may recall that we had conversations with the council based on concerns of wearing masks on the ice when participants felt like they could distance. So what we ended up with was a little bit of a hybrid here. Just want to remind council that masks are required in the facility at all times when people are not on the ice. But a mask or helmet bubble is required on the ice when physical distancing is not possible. So, for example, during games, they are required to wear masks or have a helmet bubble. If they are practicing, though, and they have limited numbers on the ice, then they are not required to wear a mask. Right now, we are pretty open for capacity. We are hosting NAU hockey games right now, which is different than last year. NAU hockey had suspended their season. So we can get up to scary numbers like 400 spectators at a hockey game. We're recommending reducing that capacity back to 100 at the most. And the reason we picked the number 100 is that does allow still parents and families to come and watch youth hockey games. It allows some spectators. Previously, we had a capacity of 50 if we went back to tier 2. That does start to get into being challenging for youth hockey to be able to have parents watch their children play. So that's how we ended up with a recommendation of 100. Certainly open to any feedback. And then we are offering public skate right now. Right now, our capacity limit is 100. We're recommending rolling that back to 50. Next slide. Our other two program areas are athletics and events. Those are both pretty quiet right now. We do have some hockey leagues going on right now at the ice rink. We'd like to continue those. It's folks that have pre-registered for these programs and they are currently in progress. We are planning for spring and summer athletics activities, such as these that are listed on this screen. Hopefully by the time we get to these activities, the numbers would start coming down, and we certainly still continue to monitor and make decisions based on what's happening in the community. Events are pretty quiet right now, but we are starting to accept our special event applications for 2022. Our first event is typically in March, April, so we feel like we've got time to continue planning for these events. I think I'll turn it back to Heidi at this point.
So Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, you've heard a lot of information. I'm sure you have some questions, but just to summarize what the reentry team's recommendation to you tonight is to remain in phase 3 with the site-specific adjustments that we've just presented. We also will share with you that we want to continue to have ongoing discussion with our staff as needs may evolve. Please note that the way this works is a staff member is supposed to bring that need to their supervisor, and then their supervisor goes up the chain. And basically what we find is we ask those issues to be brought up into the reentry discussion, and all that have come forward to us were discussed on Friday and Saturday, which were actually minimal, and ones that we've already adjusted on the site-specific plans that you've seen. And then also the other recommendation is to then allow the city manager to make any other additional minor changes within the phase 3 as needed. As we know that the weeks may change a little bit here and there might be a group, a staff group or something that might want different accommodations that we might be able to offer them. So again, that's really what we're looking or recommending to you this evening. And again, Mayor, I will now open it up for questions and council discussion.
Thank you, Acting City Manager. Councilmember Aslan had a question for Director Sayers. And Councilmember Aslan, please, vocalize what is on the chat box here.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I was just wondering earlier when you were talking about the basketball program, if that would remain its original duration if it was delayed, so it would also end later.
We would like to try that. Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Aslan. We would plan on that, but it does depend on availability of the gymnasium space that we get through FUSD. So as it gets closer to running into spring break and afterwards, we would just need to work with them. If we need to reduce the program by a couple of games, we can certainly adjust registration amounts as needed.
Okay, well, it sounds like you're going to try, and it's kind of contextual. So thank you.
That is our goal, yes.
Thank you much. Council, I will open it up for discussion here. How would you like to proceed? What questions might you have as we move forward? Councilmember Shimobi.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff and leadership. Great update. This is exactly what I was looking for. I think the recommendations are pretty on point, in my opinion. I like what we're talking about. You know, Jared with the library was talking about limiting hours and access points and checkouts, like locations. I think all that's great, Jared, and I support you, dialing it back. And before I start diving into some of the details, staff and council, I want to just give space and acknowledgement to how difficult this conversation is for all of us, and just express my compassion for the struggles of talking about dialing things back right now when we've worked so hard to get to this point. I think a lot of folks on this call will recall that I've been a big advocate for opening things up and pushing to get us back to a sense of normalcy. And here I am now pushing us to kind of take a step or two steps backwards. But I think it's appropriate. And I like to think that this is going to be a pretty short-term 2 to 4 week kind of period, as was mentioned earlier by someone else on staff, for a couple weeks. So having stated that, just know that I so appreciate all of you and your resilience and mental strength and navigating these challenging times with your staffs and with the customers that show up. So, Jared, I support your recommendations about those limitations that you mentioned. Rebecca, at the Hal Jensen Center, I think 100 is reasonable when we're talking about 400. I might even feel better about 50, but I think 100 is reasonable. And if people do, spread out, I think that's okay. And that makes sense to me. I think you mentioned 50 for the free skate or like public skate. I support both of those recommendations fully. And I appreciate you coming up with that information. At the Aquaplex, it sounds like the number of people aren't necessarily the issue. It's more just the mask compliance and oversight from staff is what it seems like. And so, yeah, whatever we got to do to kind of up our game and, whether it's signage or making masks more accessible or even having someone, walk around every, 30 minutes and checking for compliance and actually taking the time to communicate with that individual that they're out of compliance and that they need to either get into compliance or they'll be asked to leave. That might be how we approach that. I think postponing the basketball practices makes a lot of sense for a couple of weeks, as you mentioned. I hate to say that, but that's just, I think, where we're at. And then, Rebecca, my question for you really quick is just when we talk about sports and mask wearing during sports, I've seen videos of high school basketball games where the players will have the mask literally around their chins and they're required to do so. And they just seem to, claim that that's what they got to do. That's not happening here at either the Hal J or Aquaplex or anything like that, or with basketball. Can you speak to that for a second? Oh, you muted. Yep.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Is the question, would we allow that if we started youth basketball? I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understood the question.
That's okay. My question, Rebecca, is just like, I've seen where athletes are putting their masks around their chin rather than wearing them around their face and their mouths and their nose. I'm just wondering, when we say we're requiring athletes to wear masks, are they doing the same where they're just putting it around their chin and basically it's not, being taken seriously, or are they actually wearing the mask?
I'm sure that there are some that try to get away with that. We will continue to ask people to wear a mask properly that covers their mouth and nose. And if they do not comply, we will ask them to leave.
Okay, thank you. And maybe as we roll out these new requests and rules, maybe we meet with coaching and leadership amongst these teams. And we even pull in their captains, and express the seriousness of this. And if they don't comply, we'll send the mayor. Just kidding. But yeah, thank you, Rebecca. And thank you, staff and Heidi. I think you all had a great list of recommendations, and I feel really good about what we're doing moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. I believe we should stay at phase 3 with some minor adjustments as staff has talked about tonight. This new strain is very contagious, but the good news is it's not as dangerous. And, of course, the other thing is we should continue to encourage people to get immunized, get their shots. But basically stay phase 3 with some minor adjustments as presented by staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I support staff's recommendations, and I appreciate the time and thought that went into making them to us and to this presentation.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Others before I jump in here? Councilmember Aslan.
Yeah, I think the vice mayor kept it nice and sweet. I'd like to do the same thing. Staff recommendations, and thank you so much for all the thoughtfulness in coming up with that to our team.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor. And I too agree with the recommendations and appreciate the time and thought that went into gathering this all up for us. I truly do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet. For a good amount of it, I do support the recommendations of staff. One of the big things I'm very concerned about is keeping the pool open with a lot of people up to 50 without masks on. I would recommend that we close down the pool at the Aquaplex for one. Secondly, that I do need to it would probably be good and informative for this conversation that I have been in contact with NIH leadership, particularly with the NIH Foundation. We just found out a little earlier today that they have offered 5,000 full N95 masks for the city for free as a donation to help with the community spread. With that information in hand, what I would really like to see at all of our city facilities to remain open and stay safe is that we require, as mandated, not just a mask within our city facilities, but they must be a KFN94, KN95, or an N95 mask. With 5,000 dedicated to our city facilities, we should be able to provide that. If somebody walks in with a cloth mask, they need to get an N95 on. That needs to remain on during Aquaplex hours if they are working out, and we need to redo our signage, etc. Through that. For one, you will be asked to leave is not strong enough language. We need to say you will be required to leave or something to that effect. The language is going to be extremely important with this, the signage that we're putting out, and that we are stepping up our game in terms of the type of masks that are being used, especially if we have the ability to provide that to the community. Cloth masks are just not enough anymore. Acting City Manager Hanson has a comment.
Mayor, council members, we're going to be going into the mask discussion next. And so a lot of what you're saying, Mayor Deasy, could be discussed in that section. I was wondering if for now in this section, if I could get, it looks like you're agreeing with the rest of the council that you support our phase 3 with site specific changes. You're supporting that, correct? Is that what I'm hearing, Mayor?
That plus an extra layer.
Okay, so we can either have that council discussion now, or we can let the next group talk about the mass overall and have that discussion. It's up to you how you'd like to continue.
We can have that mass discussion, but obviously this really pertains to how we're dealing with our facilities, and I feel like with them remaining open, we need better masking protocol, very serious protocol if people want to be there, including in terms of upping the ante as well. If you're on the ice, still got to wear a mask. You just got to. And I know that's going to rub some people the wrong way, but the fact is that the Omicron, it is the most transmissible virus in recorded history, as stated by Dr. Ingelthaler. That means that this is a different variant, that it's, yes, you may be distanced on the mat, but knocking into each other and exhaling in each other's faces may be enough to spread it. So I would like to step up our ante on the ice with Jay Lively. I don't want the pool open with 50 people without masks on. I think that is really unnecessary. And again, this is only for a few weeks here, crossing our fingers to get over this hump. But I will also point out that I just looked at the COVID dashboard with our hospital 41 out of 41 beds in critical care taken right now in the entire state of Arizona. There is currently only 89 ICU beds available. That's worse than any time we have actually taken action to restrict our city facilities or do any restrictions whatsoever. We are in a crisis mode. Banner Health, as a facility, the largest healthcare provider in hospitals in Arizona, is now shutting down urgent care centers down south because they do not have the staff to deal with the hospital admissions. I want to really, as we step back and think about this, really realize what we are facing here and what pressure our healthcare system is taking right now. And if we can hedge off even a couple critical care capacities by making sure it's not spreading at our swimming pools and at J Lively and whatnot, then it is worth us taking these additional measures. So I just want to point out we need to step back and really recognize the severity of this issue and what we have done historically over the last coming on 2 years in terms of when we actually stepped up measures. We're in a crisis mode here, folks. So again, I will just reiterate, staff recommendations, plus close down the pool, plus you have to mask on ice. And as we get into the masking discussion, I think we need to require far greater in our city facilities if they want to utilize them. And we can have that discussion further here shortly. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate your intensity, I'll say, in regard to the matter. I agree with you. This is it, folks. This is it. I like to think this is the worst that will come. We'll see. I don't mean to laugh, but you just never know with COVID. But I appreciate what you're proposing, Mayor, in regards to the pool and the sports. And I'm pretty sure I support it, unless there's really clear reasoning as to why we shouldn't. I think that makes sense. And like you said, it's not like hopefully going to be too long. It might just be 2 to 4 weeks. And I wonder if, in addition to the masks that you've outlined as like the acceptable masks, first of all, great update and great to hear about the 5,000 that NIH is going to be donating. That's wonderful. I'm wondering, Mayor, if we can also maybe include surgical masks, just to add that to the list of masks that are acceptable. Definitely want to hear your thoughts on that. I know they're less effective than the masks that you listed, but just wondering if that will make things a little bit easier for folks to give them more options. But yeah, curious to hear what other members of council think. But to me, this seems reasonable, and yeah, I'm curious what Rebecca has to say. But I think this is a reasonable approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. And just to clarify with you, with the information, you would be in favor of closing the pool and requiring masks on the ice, just to clarify?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Councilmember Aslan?
Yeah, so thank you. And I do think we are at a crisis point. I think the next couple of weeks are going to be very difficult and painful, more so than they have been. And I'm almost there with you. What I'm concerned about is I think the level of mask that you're stipulating is just a bit too stringent. I was going to say the same thing as Councilmember Shimoni, that we extend that to include any kind of surgical mask. I just think that that's more reasonable. And you know, I also, while 5,000 masks is a lot, when we start thinking about all the facilities where those will be placed, we could blow through those pretty quickly. So I don't want to make these decisions based off this idea of an abundance of free product that we have. We're going to have to have a contingency for when we need more of these things and how to proceed with that. So maybe that's a conversation for the next part. I'm actually okay with the pool being open. I don't want to close the pool. And I don't think that kids on the ice need to be wearing a mask. So just to be clear on those things, that's kind of where I stand. But I do appreciate the additional push that we need to be focusing on here. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. Councilmember Salas?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I have a question for staff in terms of keeping the supply of masks available. If we were to require the N95 or KN95, and I appreciate, Mayor, your effort in obtaining the mask from the hospital. I just feel like we have taken away from hospital staff and patient and customers and who need the mask more than we do. So first of all, before I weigh in on requiring KN95 and N95 masks at all city buildings and facilities, how are we doing in supply right now? I heard we ran out, and how are we going to keep up with that supply? And then I'll provide my direction.
Mayor, Councilmember Salas, Mayor, this might be a great time just to allow the presenters that we're going to talk on the mask part of this presentation to present, and then we can kind of go back to all of this discussion at one time. Would that work for you?
That's exactly what I was going to suggest before you.
All right, so I'm going to turn this over to Sterling Solomon, if that works for you.
One moment, Deputy City Manager. I was going to suggest we do that regarding the masks, but I do want to hear from every council member to see if we have direction regarding the pool and the ice at J Lively before we proceed to having a more thorough discussion on the masks themselves.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet, you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of questions. I'm wondering if we can hear from staff on their thoughts with closing the pool and requiring masks on the ice rink. And also, I'm just wondering if we do go down that road, what are the parameters for not requiring that and opening back up? Because it's not really in technically a phase. So to be clear, how would that look? Thank you.
Mayor, would you like me to jump in?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. In terms of closing the pool, it's certainly an option. I was trying to avoid it because it does impact staff. As an option that the council might consider, we could reduce that capacity down from 50. I said that we have gotten there a few times with our open swim. It's not often, so it would be, I would say most of the time, the usage of the pool is a handful of people. Another thing we could do is not offer recreation swim and only offer like lap lane swimming, which right now is it's reservation only, one at a time per lane, and water walking, which is kind of an aerobic exercise or therapy for some. So those are options that we could do instead, if the council is interested, instead of a full closure, which, if you're asking for my professional opinion, would be my request, just so that we're not impacting staff completely. And then,
thank you, Mr. Sayers.
To answer your second question about what I just want to rephrase to make sure I understand. So if we are requiring masks on the ice at all times, and then when we might back off of that, is that the second question, Councilmember Sweet?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
You bet. So I think that's going to depend on our numbers. We do have council updates, not to step on the acting city manager's toes, but we've got these updates regularly scheduled. So maybe that's something at the next couple of council meetings we could revisit with council when they might be interested in lifting that mask requirement on the ice at all times. Because it was a council decision that that kind of provided this hybrid approach that we have right now at J Lively.
Thank you for that information.
You bet. I think you also asked, and I did not address, any professional opinions about requiring masks on the ice at all times. That's how we started, and we're happy to go back to that and message that to our user groups if that's what we need to do. In terms of impact, it might have some impact on our leagues, but I'm pretty sure they're required to wear masks right now all the time because what they're doing is games. And you may hear, I'll just be honest, you may hear from some youth hockey folks about the requirement even during practices. Figure skating also comes to mind. That's one that is typically socially or physically distanced, well apart from each other. But we're happy to change that requirement at council's direction.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ayers. Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. The question I was going to ask were the same questions that Miranda Sweet asked, so I don't need to ask questions, but I guess I can weigh in. I will not support closing the pool, but I would be willing to a compromise of reducing it to 30 maximum. But if that doesn't float to the top of the possibilities, I will say, no, I don't support closing it. As far as requiring masks on the ice at all times, Rebecca, did you say that that was done for a while, and did that work out? Were people able to exercise and breathe deeply enough to exercise and still wear a mask?
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. So again, we're just talking about J Lively Activity Center here. Just want to be clear. When the mask policy was implemented for all city facilities, that is how we started out. But we did get a lot of complaints from parents coming to council saying that they didn't feel it was necessary. I will remind council that at the time we opened at very limited capacity, so they were not having games. When we first reopened, it was only practices and drills, so they were able to physically distance, and that's where that idea came in for if they can distance, they didn't have to wear a mask. But yeah, initially we were requiring it.
I think I'll just hold my opinion on that one. I told you where I am on the pool.
Thank you. Councilmember Aslan?
I appreciate that. So I'm definitely on the fence about the masking in J Lively. I'll just tell you that I'm still I'm trying to figure this out, and I'm appreciative of the conversation. And maybe I don't know. I just think a surgical grade or higher mask on the ice, requiring that for exercise. I don't think these masks were developed with anaerobic and aerobic exercise in mind. And it's, I guess what it comes down to just really open up my mind and share with you what I'm weighing here is, the personal responsibility of the athlete or the person seeking exercise to even be out when they might be a risk, versus people who are really trying to exercise. They know they're healthy and they're they're just not going to go do that if they have to wear a KN95 mask. I couldn't imagine jumping on a treadmill or ice skating while wearing a KN95 mask. It's like asking me to go swimming with a lead vest on. It's just, I would just not do the activity. And maybe that's where we're going with this. So again, I'm just thinking out loud on that front, trying to share with you why I'm struggling with that. As for the pool, I do want to protect our employees. I want to keep the pool open. I really appreciate the compromise that was mentioned, a lowered capacity and keeping the swimming lanes open. Water play or whatever that was called, just the open water time might not be appropriate in the next several weeks while this Omicron surge rages. So I can appreciate that instinct on the mayor's part as well, but I do want to keep the pool open if we can figure out a way to do it. I'll reserve further judgment on the mask and the ice rink conversation until I don't know, maybe we've heard more, or I'm looking around at things right now too and just trying to decide.
Thank you. And Councilmember Aslan, so just to clarify, you would be in support of Councilmember McCarthy's suggestion to reduce to 30-person capacity at the pool?
Yeah, I would.
Okay, just want to clarify while I got you here.
There was a second part to that. Do we only have the pool open for lap swimming and for the water walking? I assume that's for people who use it as a therapy. I would like to keep the pool open for those things. Whether or not we open up for just water play, again, I forget what you called it, Rebecca. I apologize for that, but that other activity may not be appropriate right now because there is no masking capacity when you're in the water. And as large as the Aquaplex is, as the mayor stated, this, and as we know from Engelthaler and from others, this is a extremely virulent strain of COVID, and we should treat it as such. So again, bear with me as I think through some of this stuff in real time and try to weigh different considerations, but that's where I stand on the pool.
Thank you, Councilmember, and we'll do a recap after we have the mask discussion. Just wanted to get everyone's input on the suggestions regarding the pool and Jay Lively. With that, I will pass it to Councilmember Salas.
Mayor, sorry, this is Annie, but we have a public commenter.
Okay, then. With that, I will, let's do.
Mayor, actually, I'm sorry to interrupt. This is Sterling, City Attorney. There is more to the presentation, including the masks, as Acting City Manager Hansen talked about, as well as more discussion with respect to the EOC. I want to make sure that you take public comment when you want to, obviously, but I just want to make sure you're aware that there's more to the presentation as well.
Thank you, City Attorney. I appreciate that. Let's wrap up this portion of the conversation. We will continue with the rest of the presentation. And before we have additional comment from council, then we will take that public commenter. But to wrap up this section, since we have already opened the floor to council questions and discussion, I'd like to allow Councilmember Salas and then Councilmember Shimoni to speak.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just looking back to the presentation, Ms. Sayers, can you please rewind it to the recommendation, staff recommendation on Jay Lively? There you go. Okay. Thank you. So it is indicated in the staff recommendation under bullet number 3 mask or helmet bubble required on the ice when physical distancing is not possible. So the mask requirement is already in the recommendation. So the direction that I can provide for now when it comes to site-specific plan recommendation is, well, first of all, at the outset, let me articulate my profound appreciation of staff, specifically the Reentry Committee, in putting forth these recommendations. And I believe the Reentry Committee is composed of representatives from all departments, as well as the EAC, which is the Employee Advisory Council. So thank you. So my recommendation is to proceed with staff recommendation, stick with level 3 reentry with these specific recommendations. However, we can revisit the recommendations the next time we do a COVID update if we want to add further restrictions and layers to the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas, and I would like you to weigh in regarding the pool in terms of reduced capacity, closure, etc. Where would you like to see it so that way we have a clear direction before moving forward?
I am upholding staff recommendation as it stands right now.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Councilmember Shimoni?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for your discussion, and Rebecca for your input. Rebecca, can you just remind me one more time? I'm so sorry. With the recreational swim, I think you mentioned that it was like not that many people. Can you just remind me on average how many folks were in the pool?
Thank you, Amy. Always got my back. So in terms of what we're seeing in the pool, what I was saying is that it's usually very low, but we have had up to 50 during recreation swim. I remind the council that we can just adjust our programming to take recreation swim off the calendar. That is the only time that we have anywhere near that number of people.
Okay. I like, Mayor, I like the more balanced approach. That's kind of, I don't know if you could call it balanced or not, but it's more that middle ground that council seems to be liking and favoring. And I'm wondering, even with the recreational, if we can still allow it to occur, but maybe limit its capacity to 20 or 30 people, if that would make sense. That's one point. And then I'm trying to think what the other point was. Oh, the masks. I guess, Mayor, I know that we have an update or a conversation up ahead on masks, and so I think I'm going to hold my comments for that part of our conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Daggett.
Thank you, Mayor. I support reducing the capacity in the pool, but I would like to see us leave it open. And I am, I go back and forth with the ice. I tend to think that if I'm not. Let me continue to think about the ice rink. I do like staff's recommendations about dropping the capacity in the entire building. I'm just not sure about requiring masks when on the ice, although I am leaning toward that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and we'll definitely, as we have time to think a little bit more about it after the next presentation, we can recap with council thereafter. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor. At this point, I would like to go with all of the staff recommendations The only change I would like to see is adjusting the capacity of the Aquaplex. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet. Councilmember McCarthy?
Yeah, I have a question. On that one slide, it said and we're talking about on the ice during games, it said mask or bubble. So what is that? Is that just like a thing that goes over the front of the helmet? And is that practical? Is it available if people wanted to use it?
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Yes, it is a cost, but it is available. It's kind of a plastic shield that attaches to the helmet, kind of like an expanded face guard.
Okay, so on that issue, I'm going to go with the staff recommendation that if you're on the ice and it's close contact, like in a game, that you either have to wear a mask or a bubble, as is suggested on the view graph. Thank you.
You, Councilman McCarthy. I will just note that the CDC guidelines right now say that a face shield is not a substitute for a helmet. Based on CDC guidelines, I would rather see this as masks and not helmet bubbles. Because the research and CDC guidelines do not support that as a sufficient substitute. Again, we can recap that as we all have a little time to think about it during the next portion of the presentation. And with that, I am not seeing any more C's or Q's in the box, so we can proceed with that part of the discussion or presentation, rather.
Mayor, I have a quick question. I do think that you could probably finish out the pool vote here. And from what I'm seeing, I think you have a council majority of no pool closure, but asking to change it to 30 instead of 50, if I have it right. And from what I'm seeing, it was Councilmember Shimoni, Councilmember McCarthy, Councilmember Aslan, and Vice Mayor Daggett that have all said no pool closure, but changing the capacity to 30. You said no pool closure. You haven't chimed in if you are okay with changing capacity to 30. Or actually, you want pool closure, excuse me. Salas, Councilmember Salas said no pool closure, but her recommendation was to keep it at the capacity of 50. But still, I think you still have council majority here. If you don't feel you do, we could actually ask to call for that vote just so that we can move on to the masking now.
Thank you, and I will just note, Councilmember Sweet also said the reduction in capacity to 30. So we do have 5 members of council wanting to do that, so we have clear direction on that front, and we'll recap again on the other front through the mask discussion. So thank you for looking for that clarification.
Thank you, and then we're going to now move on to Sterling Solomon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Sterling Solomon, your city attorney. I have the camera on here briefly, just hello everyone, but it won't be on the entire time. I'm going to give a brief introduction here. There was something that I heard there in the summary of, the direction that's being given by council. I want to make sure that we understand that's what it is tonight. It's direction. We aren't voting in this meeting on anything, but it is clear that you had direction on what the acting city manager, Heidi Hansen, was telling you. Moving into the next phase here, the mask availability update. We're going to have quite a discussion, obviously, about city staff and the KN95s and the 3-ply masks. What I'm going to say right now pertains to that, but not quite so much as it pertains to the public masks. Again, I've mentioned this in the past. It's not executive session material. It's simply identifying the obvious, which is the city of Flagstaff does not have a health department. Coconino County has the health department. In the state of Arizona, that power has been delegated by the legislature to the counties, not to the municipalities. I note that simply because we talk about it often as staying in our lane. I know that there's a great desire to help, and I'm not discouraging that at all by making mention of the jurisdictional lanes here and identifying those. In fact, assisting the county in any way by helping to get the word out of where their sites are and what masks they have available and how people can find those and get those for their health and their well-being. Obviously, that is something we can do. But as far as actually expending funds on it as a city, distributing them as a city, and dedicating staff and resources to do that, that really is where you're starting to get out of your jurisdictional lane a bit. I have to note that from a legal perspective. And I just wanted to make sure you had that introduction before you had this discussion. Thank you. I'll turn it back to Acting City Manager Heidi Hansen.
Thank you, City Attorney Sterling Solomon. I will now turn it over to Stacy Breckler-Nags.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Stacy Breckler-Nags, Grants and Contracts Manager, also do our disaster recovery. So just a quick update as we get into this discussion as far as what we have currently regarding the KN95 and the 3-ply mask. Early in the COVID phase, we did a bulk purchase for city staff. We collected information on what divisions wanted what as far as 3-ply masks, KN95s, face shields. We have depleted most of our PPE distribution right now. We have about 1,000 3-ply masks left, and very minimal on the face mask, glasses, and gloves. So that PPE stock is unavailable. I did have a conversation this morning with the Department of Emergency Management and Military Affairs to request if we could do additional purchases. And they said, yes, we are in the ongoing COVID pandemic, and that we could go ahead and do another round of purchases that they would be willing to reimburse us. So that is available to us to do another stocking of rounds for those masks for city staff. That is for city staff, not to the general public. As far as the public masks, I know, Mayor DC, that you had an inventory that was available and was handed out at
Oh, Breckler-Nags, you've frozen up here, at least on my screen, if others could verify.
Yes, she's frozen. Maybe, Stacy, you could present with your camera off.
Does anyone have the number if we could text Stacey to let her know, maybe log off and log back on again without the camera?
Yes, Mayor, I'll definitely text her now.
Thank you. Councilmember Shimoni, so you have a C in there.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. As we're waiting, if it's appropriate, Acting City Manager, I had a question for you. I think it was Sterling who mentioned it, the idea of doing some outreach and promotions, helping the county communicate. And I was wondering if within our Your Actions Matter campaign, we could help the county with some of that communication.
Mayor, Councilmember Shimoni, definitely. I think that it's probably very obvious that the county doesn't do the type of marketing that we do, because we, of course, are also in charge of outward facing to our visitors. But as you know, we also have our inward facing marketing campaigns, and we are more than happy to partner with the county to get any type of messaging out. If they have more masks to offer, we're happy to do that. If they, once they get their in-home testing distribution in and they figure out how they would like to do that, we're happy to do that as well. I think that's one clear thing that you can do as a city, as a partnership to the county, is to offer our marketing services in partnership on these things that have something to do with all of us. And we are more than happy to have those conversations with Kim Musselman or whoever else that you would like us to reach out to and take care of that. So thank you for the question.
That's great. Thank you for that update. And Mayor, we can circle back to that, but I would fully support that. Thank you.
Thank you. I do see that Stacy BK has joined us again.
I'm so sorry about that. I don't know what happened. It totally dropped on me. So I'm going to keep my camera off. And thanks, Heidi, for stepping in there and covering. So I guess I just really wanted to wrap up that we have 3-ply mask at some of our facilities. I know the airport has about 4,500 in the 3-ply that they hand out with when people come in the airport and don't have a mask. And I know some of our other facilities do. Really, that was the end of it. So that's it on kind of the mask update. I do have Chief Gaylord and Deputy Chief Wilson on the line with me, along with Marie Robinson, our city risk management. So if we have any detailed questions or questions about the different types of masks, they're available to answer any questions. So with that, I guess we can move into the next slide and general discussion.
Thank you. And I think we've been touching on this a bit, and this was a little shorter bit of the presentation. So I would like to do the last part and then take public participation, and then we can answer more or have comments or have questions from council at that point. So we do have the EOC update also in this presentation.
Oh, yes, Mayor, I apologize. Just going to turn this back over to Sterling Solomon again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. Mayor, Council, just real quick, this won't take very long. Most of you are aware, and any of the public that's on here, if they're not aware, obviously we have the EOC opportunities to attend emergency management, discussions, and that's for staff, also for council. But we run into the issue of posting and having too many council members present and running into open meeting law and more than a quorum issue. For that reason, I identify the fact that these meetings occur bi-weekly. They're virtual, obviously, right now with the situation we're in. That's why we're talking about it. But I'm going to say I strongly recommend that you as a council tonight in your discussion of this, identify 2 of the council members that you would like. Obviously, you're still going to get staff continuing to update you via email and obviously during our meetings here. But you as the mayor and the council are going to continue to receive those updates from city leadership and staff. But of course, you can have 2 council members attending as well. While it's my recommendation that you identify 2, that's obviously your decision to make. But for the reasons of not running into open meeting law concerns and the regular meetings that are had here twice a month, I would recommend you identify 2 council members. Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney. Well, then I assume that was the last of the presentation. There.
Yes,
Okay.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members, we are now at the end of the presentations on the 3 items you asked us to bring back. So I think that you probably want to go back into the mask conversation, or you can first decide on attendance at EOC. However you'd like to take that, Mayor.
Thank you. We will start with the public participation section before we open it up to general discussion. So, yeah, City Clerk, if you want to tune her in. Him or her in, sorry.
Mayor and Council, I have Deb Harris. Deb Harris, you can go ahead and address Council.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I'm going to turn my camera on. First of all, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor Daggett, council members, and staff. Let me just first say that I am always very grateful for staff's work that they do on any of the presentations that they give to the council and to the public. You guys do an amazing job, and thank you very much for doing that. I did want to speak on 2 particular issues. The first one is how we address the community. I think that letting people know that they will be asked to leave if they do not wear their mask is a lot easier to take than you're going to be required to leave. It sounds a little bullying. And so we don't want to put staff in that situation where there's a confrontation. So I think that if people know they're going to be asked to leave, then they will comply. The other thing that I wanted to say is that in terms of the N95, KN95 mask, requiring people to have them when they come into the city or any city building, that's a little difficult because who really knows? I mean, everybody doesn't know what a KN95 mask looks like. And are we going to stop people at the desk or at the door and say, do you have a N95 mask? I think that that's just a little bit much and it's overkill. And the last thing that we want to do is we don't want our public to get into a confrontation with our staff. And so we want to be really, really careful about that. And I think I can speak to that issue because I used to be in a position where I had to deal with the public. And we always want to make sure that we're being respectful, but yet firm. And so asking people to do things is a much better way than saying, I'm going to require you to do something. So thank you very much. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak to staff and to the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. I do appreciate your input. I will just say that worse than a confrontation with city staff will be our city staff getting infected, having to take 2 weeks off or however long, 10 days with CDC guidelines now. I think that's what we're talking about is also the fact that that's what we're trying to prevent and try to protect our city staff through that process through some stronger messaging. And I'm not set on saying required, but I think we need to have stronger messaging than we have had previously, and happy to kick that to our respective teams for an economic vitality and Parks Rec and so forth to be able to come up with a language that would be somewhere in between what has been suggested that will be stronger than just asking, but maybe not as strong as you are mentioning may cause issues. So I appreciate your input on that.
I think staff is capable of coming up with language that's appropriate, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. All right, is there any other public commenter?
No, Mayor, that was our only one.
All right, with that, I will open it up to our council for discussion and additional questions as may arise. Councilmember Shimoni.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I'll jump in really quick. Yeah, I agree with Ms. Harris as well. I think that what we should do with the mask is we should encourage N95 and KN95 and that level of masking. But then, so basically what I'm thinking is maybe what we do is instead of require that be used at each of our facilities, we have those masks out at the front for people to use, maybe with signage around the mask that says, top recommended mask, or just something expressing that these are the best masks to be using or some of the best masks to utilize to minimize the spread of Omicron or COVID in general. So we can encourage and support the community in using those by distributing them at the different locations as we're planning on, but not necessarily require the use of KN and N95s. And then I'd also think that we should have surgical masks available as well as something that can be passed out or grabbed for free by the individuals. To Sterling's point, about concerns about us not being the county health department, I think it's okay for us to be passing out masks for free, and I appreciate the concerns, but given how we've passed on the opportunity to invest in outreach and in what's the word I'm looking for, incentives for vaccine, and booster, et cetera, people following through with that. I think that we can invest a little bit of money in the masks, and if it has to come out of the city council fund that we have for us council members, that $25,000, I can't imagine it being that big of a hit to that fund, and I'd be willing to go there
with the because I do see value in this in terms of our ability to like keep our community safe, even though that's not our role as a city. And then what was my other comment? So that's my comment on masks, is that we encourage the use of N95s, but we don't require it. As far as like on the ice rink, I think we should require masks be worn. Maybe not N95s, but a mask of sorts. You know, I don't feel, I'm seeing a lot of sporting events, outdoor sporting events getting canceled because of the Omicron variant. And I treat indoor hockey like an outdoor sport. And so if we are going to allow for indoor hockey, I think it's fair to require a mask be worn. So that's where I'm at on that. And then regards to the COC meetings, I'm glad to hear that council members are welcome to join after our last discussion with Director Musselman. And Sterling, I guess my thought is maybe we appoint 3 council members, and then if 2 show up, great. If 1 shows up, great. If all 3 show up, that's fine too. That's we didn't do that last time around with the COC, and I was involved at every meeting. But there were times where I did show up and I was the 4th council member and I had to sign off. And basically that's how we handled it. If you were the 4th one in, you'd sign off immediately. But I'm fine with us appointing 2, maybe 3 council members. And if anyone wants to step up, then I would support them. But I'm also happy to step up myself. Those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. And City Attorney, if you want to jump in.
Thank you, Mayor, and Council. And Councilmember Shimoni, I appreciate the thought. I really have concerns when we get it to 3 council members, just because that's so close to the line. And it's so easy for one of those council members to say to a 4th after the meeting in a phone call or in a text or in a email, hey, this is what we discussed. And it's just really something that I'm pretty cautious about, maybe overly so. And that's your call as a council, but my recommendation is 2. If you wanted to designate an alternate where one of those 2 can't go and the 3rd one could be called up, the alternate could be called up and say, hey, you know, I'm not going to be able to make it. You want to go to this? I think that could be a possibility.
That's fine with me. Thank you.
You say, Attorney, and I just want to clarify with Councilmember Shimoni. So you would be in support of still being able to distribute to the public high quality masks, that it's not just one to enter the facility, but to be able to distribute as we have been doing, to provide a pack to individuals that can then take it and go.
Oh, I see what you're saying, Mayor.
Yeah, that's the separation line here. We need to make sure they're available for anyone who walks into the facility. That's kind of a bit of a no-brainer. So where are we going with it, really?
Yeah, I guess I was thinking, you know, more so that we were going to distribute these masks that NAH was going to donate to each of our facilities and then be able to provide them to the public that show up. I guess I was envisioning, you know, like a little basket with the masks out, kind of like you see at different businesses. When you enter them, at times they'll have little masks at the front in a little box. That's where my mind was going, and that we'd distribute them one at a time for those who need them. In terms of the packets of 10 or how we used to distribute them at City Hall, I'm open to that discussion. I'm guessing there's going to be a cost associated with that unless we're tapping into that 5,000, I think it was that you said, from NAH. But I wasn't necessarily thinking of us continuing to pass out packets of 10. I guess I was thinking more so at our city facilities individually.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify before we move forward, so we can pick that up if necessary as others chime in. Well, I'm happy to jump in here, but I think everyone's going to know what I'm going to say. All right, Vice Mayor Daggett.
Thank you, Mayor. So the question we are answering now is whether we want to see city facilities, staff in city facilities distributing masks beyond handing someone a mask if they don't have one when they come in the facility.
Yes, correct. That's part of the discussion that we need to clarify.
I would prefer that we keep it to an individual mask for an individual that comes into a facility and doesn't have a mask.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I feel that we should encourage but not require KN95 or similar masks on that point. We should only give masks if the people are coming into the facility one at a time. And on the meeting, I would say that in spite of my friendship with the city attorney, I feel comfortable allowing 3 to participate. I think we as council members are pretty disciplined on keeping our discussions to 3. And we thoroughly understand that if we go beyond 3, that we're breaking the law. So anyway, we definitely should limit it to 3. If we want to appoint 3 that go all the time, if there's 3 that want to do that, fine. And, I think we can coordinate this through Jason or Sean. If an additional person wanted to go, then one of the first 3 would have to say, no, I'm not going, so that we're assured that there's only 3 there. And as Mr. Shimoni pointed out, if a 4th one does appear, then obviously a person has to leave immediately. And I have been in meetings where 4 council people showed up and the 4th one left immediately. We're very disciplined on that and need to be, obviously. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor. I would be interested in attending the EOC meeting, so I'll throw that out there. And I would like to encourage the masks and have them available at city facilities, and encourage the KN95, what have you, but also have the surgical masks there and with a nice sign, as Councilmember Shimoni mentioned, saying, well, this one does best. Here's your second option. I don't feel like we should be handing out the packets, but I do fully support the county. And I think it would be great to help get the message out on where our community can pick up packets of free masks. I think that answered everything right there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet.
I can weigh in.
Councilmember Aston.
Thank you. So my computer just died. It was unplugged, and I had to log on with my phone. So it's a little clunkier with the comment thing. Yeah, so there's a little bit more clarity here. I think I didn't understand the topic about distribution earlier either. And Councilmember Shimoni, I shared your confusion there. I don't know that we need to be distributing packs of 10. I think we should highly encourage people to wear KN95s or at least surgical masks. And we should have some messaging around that and why it's important. We can even quote Dr. Engelthaler, the expert on this. But going beyond that to the mandates, I really take it to heart when our city attorney reminds us that we are not a county, we're not a health body, and we have a jurisdiction in place that can take care of those things. And I really do believe that it's good advice for us to stay in our lane on this one. I understand the instinct to try to help, but I also think that you run the risk of too many cooks in the kitchen to poorly use an analogy. So I think that having those masks available is important. As long as they're getting donated, I do think that's okay. I appreciate Councilmember Salas raising the concern that these high grade masks might be more appropriately distributed within the realms of people who are at the greatest exposure to COVID. So I certainly do hope there's no robbing Peter to pay Paul sort of thing out of this, and that those are really being distributed to us as surplus and in an abundance. I don't know that we need to be spending our budget to buy masks in order to distribute to the public. I've always been a little bit, I don't know, I just think it goes back to the city staying in its lane, and these resources are available in other ways, and people who want to take advantage of that will find ways to do so, and we can't force people to take advantage of something they have no intention of taking advantage of. And so with respect to the ice rink, I do think that we should keep the mask mandate in place. My strong, my indecision there was based off of the grade of mask that we're requiring at the ice rink. I do think that having the mask mandate in place is okay, but folks can come to their own conclusion on which type of mask is best for them to continue in the activity. And I'll end by just saying I really appreciate Ms. Deb Harris weighing in and sharing her elders' wisdom with us, that there are appropriate ways to engage the public and inappropriate ways to engage the public. And we're going to do the most good when we are polite and friendly and neighborly, and that our city staff and our city leadership are certainly well equipped to figure out exactly how to do that. And that's not something that council needs to be micromanaging. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. I just need to note that that donation was coming from Northern Arizona Healthcare. I think they know better than we do what the medical staff in our community need. So deferring that to saying that, oh, well, it's better use. Well, actually, the NAH knows better than the city of Flagstaff or anyone here where N95s and so forth would be, could best assist in the community public health realm. With that, I do see the Sayers has a question for Councilmember Aslan, real quick.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I'm sorry to interrupt the flow, but I just had a question following up on Councilmember Aslan's comments. When you said keep the mask mandate in place, did you mean as we have it now with masks not required if they can distance while on the ice?
Well, I do think that my position is, I think, more closely aligned to what Councilmember McCarthy was saying. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I do remember sort of nodding along when he was speaking. I think that he and myself were under the impression that we'd be going back to our requirements during the earlier days of COVID when masks were required on the ice. But I'm only comfortable with that because because we're not micromanaging which kind of mask is required. I don't know if that's helpful, or Mr. McCarthy, if you need to clarify anything that I accidentally muddied up. But I do think we should have masks on the ice as long as we're not getting too overextended with what kind of mask is required there. And again, you know, the science is clear. People should be wearing the best kind of mask possible. And that's a medical grade mask or a KN95 or better. I absolutely agree with that. My assessment is just based off of realizing where our jurisdictional capacity extends to. And it seems like that's where the line is.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very well said, Council Member Aslan, and I echo his remarks, ditto. But I do maintain my direction in upholding a staff recommendation. Of course, acceding to council consensus of reducing capacity at the pool to 30. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Solomon, for reminding us about jurisdictional authority and stay in our lane and potential preemption.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. I will just note that this council, when we keep saying stay in our lane, tends to be just a backdrop on we just don't want to do it. We just last year, amidst the tragic bike accident that took a very well-respected individual from our community and was injured, we immediately allocated, what, $17,000 or so towards mental health capacity in the community. That's not within our realm. Alternate care, when we have allocated now $2.4 million, that's traditionally not in our lane. For me, I look at our mission statement. Our mission says to protect and enhance the quality of life for all. It doesn't have a caveat that says, hey, if another jurisdiction might have a department that deals with that kind of thing, it's not our responsibility. I see clearly what this direction of council is, and I will certainly respect that fact. I just want to recognize that we have done that previously, this council in recent history, stepping into those areas because it was the right thing to do. So if this is the council consensus, which is clear, as fine. I just want to state where I come from with this, which is, well, that I want to protect people. And this is the best way during the surge to do so. And that was in our capacity. That would not cost much money whatsoever. That the council could have utilize the $25,000 set aside from our community engagement on our particular projects. And yeah, I guess I should just leave it at that. City Attorney has a comment.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks to all of you, Mayor and Council, for the very thoughtful discussion. I want to make sure it's clear. I'm not saying that you're preempted. I am saying that, granted, we don't have a health department and that the state has delegated that authority to the county. But you're right, Mayor, there are situations where there's overlap. I simply was reminding you of that in the context of the discussion because the county has been involved. Ms. Musselman was on the call extensively, or on the meeting extensively during last Thursday's special meeting. And I wanted just to make sure and bring everybody back to that. That was my only purpose in stating that. Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney. I do appreciate that. With that, just recognizing that still 5 people plus per day are dying in our community. And not too long ago reacted with spending dollars towards mental health services for an incident that, well, we're not going to go there. I just wanted to mention that we're seeing so much death, so much trauma in our community from this. I wish we would allocate dollars to actually do something about it. But what it does seem to be here is that we will be, to recap, we're basically just following what the staff tells us they want to do, which is staff recommended actions on all these fronts, with the only caveat from us being that the pool reduced from 50 people to 30. The last order of business, though, is who will be at the EOC meetings. I would like to be there, and I do hear interest from Councilmember Sweet. If we do decide to have a third person, happy to see who that third person might be. Councilmember Shimoni. Yes, you.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm happy to see that be yourself and Councilmember Sweet be our representatives at those meetings. Like I said, I attended every meeting throughout the last COVID surge, and I don't necessarily think that you and Councilmember Sweet will probably want to be there throughout the rest of COVID, but maybe you will. And I'm sorry, I'm hearing an echo.
That was me coming
Okay,
back
no worries.
on the computer.
That's strike one. Just kidding. But yeah, that's fine. I'm happy to be there too, but I feel confident in you and Councilmember Sweet being there. And Mayor, just to your last point that you shared, I do feel like we're doing a really good job as a council body. Is there more we can do? Sure, there's always more we can do. But Mayor, you are our chair, you are our voice, and I'd love for you to further embrace the collective effort of this council body and the staff, because they have worked hard on this, and it's not like we're just following what staff says. You know, and it's not like what staff says is necessarily a bad thing. I'm very proud of what staff has come up with leading into this conversation, and I invite you to be proud of the efforts of staff and this council as our board chair, as our mayor. So these are hard times. These are stressful times. And we need to work collaboratively and as a team and as a unit, and enough divisiveness and enough pointing fingers. Let's work together and overcome our differences, because we have a duty to fulfill, and the public needs us to. I'm just tired of games, and I'm tired of divisiveness communication, and I'd like to see us work better as a unit, which is what we are. Just wanted to share that. You know, I got a little sense of a edge in your last comments of frustration, Mayor, and I support you feeling frustrated, but I just feel very proud of our efforts, and maybe you don't, but I'm very proud of this council and our staff, and I hope you are too. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment, Councilmember Shimoni. I was not intending for that to sound by any means derogatory to staff. I really appreciate how quickly the turnaround was this on the proposed suggestions. I just want to do more, and even as chair, I think I should have the platform to be able to speak my mind on that regard. It was not an intent to be divisive, but an intent to state my opinion on this, which is that I want to do more. I want to protect people. That's why I took this position. I want to protect our community, especially amidst the crises. And that's really the foundation of where I'm coming from and wanting to do more. So,
and Mayor, if I can,
yes, you may.
I just want to say I appreciate where you're coming from, and I respect that, and I value what you just said, and yeah, maybe I don't know, maybe it's just the way it's being presented that is rubbing me the wrong way, or maybe it's my own ego or my own issues that I'm taking it the wrong way. But I just the feeling I got was that you were very frustrated and you were disappointed, and you seemed disappointed. And yeah. Anyways, I'll be quiet. But thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. And yeah, I think we're pretty well wrapped up here, but happy to allow Councilmember Aslan to comment.
Yeah, I just thought I'd put a finer point on what Councilmember Shimoni was sensing. And I guess I'll just leave it at this. You know, this isn't the first time when the mayor has not gotten his way in a vote, where he has publicly concluded that council is hiding behind what is easy to do and not rising to the occasion. And I take issue with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. With that, do we need any further clarifications from by our staff? I would like to suggest with the EOC meetings that myself and Councilmember Sweet be present with an alternate of Councilmember Shimoni there, if that is agreeable to the group.
Yes, Mayor, and I believe that I have direction on the discussion with masking. I just wanted to make sure that Rebecca Sayers has the direction she needs for the ice rink.
Thank you, Heidi. I am only seeing 3 that feel that masks should be required at all times on the ice rink, even when physically distanced. And I'm not seeing 4 in the other direction. So if I could get some clarity on that, it would be appreciated. The 3 that I have that were saying that masks should be required always is, of course, the mayor and Councilmember Aslan and Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you. I do see Vice Mayor in the chat.
I'll add my name to that.
As masks should be required at all times.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you for providing that clarification, and thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember McCarthy.
My position was that mask or face shields, as defined in the staff report, be required.
All right, with that, we are pretty well set with this agenda item. We're down to agenda item number 10, which is public participation. Do we have anyone at this time?
No, Mayor, we do not.
All right, and with that, we have our informational items too from Mayor, Council, and City Manager, and future agenda item requests. I'll open it up to, well, we'll start what we normally do around the table. Councilmember Aslan.
I'll pass right now.
Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. I am trying to get my notes open. Just give me 1 second. Last week, the Indigenous Commission met and had a great discussion around our alternative response model along with the Thorpe annexation parcel. Deputy City Manager Anderson gave good background and information about the alternative response model and the RFP and how it progressed. The commission discussed both the model and the mobile unit, and they were thankful for the update. The commission also requested an updated on whom would be providing cultural sensitivity and cultural intelligence training for the mobile unit staff. This was a strong point made by the commission, and voted to recommend the 4-colored heart with a horizontal transparent helping hands without a check mark be the logo of the unit. And they noted that the colors were representative of many Indigenous nations in the area. And then in the conversation about the Thorpe Park Annex, Southwest Decision Resources is the hired consultant organization in providing the public participation for the city, and that they are introducing tasks involved and overall timeline of the public participation. And they just had a good conversation, and huge support for Indigenous Community Cultural Center as promoted and proposed by ICF via community town halls. Very important topic to the commissioners. And then tomorrow, the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council is meeting from 3 to 5 p.m. and it's the larger group that is meeting rather than the executive group. And all of our meetings are open to the public. So if council members and members of the public, assuming we don't violate the quorum, want to attend, they're welcome to. I'd be happy to share that link around. And then on Thursday, there's a very important commission meeting. It's the rescheduling of the Transportation Commission that's going to be with a whole slew of other commissions in partnership or in that meeting and committees. And they're going to be speaking about the Lone Tree overpass designs that staff will be presenting. And that'll be a really important conversation. That's at 4 p.m. on Thursday. And then Mayor and Council, lastly, I want to just comment on last week. Last week took a lot out of me. It was not because of the challenges of the work we do for the city, but more so dealing with the drama that we dealt with in this past week. It was just exhausting for me, and I'm sure others on this call can relate to that. People in the public
look at our efforts as childish, destructive, toxic, and leading folks to believe that and question the ability of us, the council, the mayor and council, and our integrity as a council body. You know, what we do individually reflects on us collectively. And mayor and council, I really want to kind of echo what Vice Mayor had said a long time ago when she had first gotten elected, and see if this council will take a pledge to reinstate that we are going to work together. We're not going to be passive aggressive. We're not going to act divisively, and we're going to do our best to leave our egos at the door and show up for the people of Flagstaff and the work at hand. You know, when we do what we did last week, it reflects poorly on everyone who is part of Team Flagstaff, and I expect better. I really do. You know, we can have our differences, but we need to maintain respect and integrity in how we communicate and how we speak to each other and with each other. With less than 1 year left on my council career for now at the city of Flagstaff, I just want us to finish strong as a council body and show this community what this council is really up to with the staff that we have and the good work that we're doing. The voters have the last say, and that's how it should be, and that is at the ballot box. And we have work to do. We have so much work to do. And as I've mentioned with some of you, how much time do we want to spend on drama versus the hard work that we have in front of us and the challenges that we face to overcome? You know, we must focus on the latter, and that's for the sake of everybody. Let's drop the drama, please. And then, Mayor, my last comment is just in regards to the State of the City event that you're hosting next week. I do have concerns about that. When I first saw that, Mayor, I was excited, but then I was like, wait a minute, you know, as I thought about it, I haven't been prepped on what's going to be said. How do I know this isn't just a campaign event? You know, I don't know if anyone on this council knows what you're planning to talk about. And it's not that you have to work through us, Mayor, but I would argue it's your job to work through us. And I would encourage you to try harder at working at your job through the council body that you represent, ultimately representing the council or the community at large. So, Mayor, I don't know if you've been working with 2 other council members on your State of the City event, or if this is all you that, you know, has been putting together the talking points and what you're planning to present. But I would encourage you consider working more with the council and drafting that and making sure that that's inclusive of all of us. I get a sense that there's a lack of trust amongst council members and yourself, Mayor, and I want to help you build that trust and build that respect, because it's not helpful to anyone to have, you know, council members speaking out against your actions, and I'm concerned. I think we can do better, and I encourage you to, you know, try to work better through us. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Great long meeting today. I know that was a long one, but I think we covered a lot of ground. And thank you to Acting City Manager Heidi Hansen. You deserve an award for stepping in and stepping up the way you have. And we're so lucky to have you at the city, and I'm grateful that City Manager Clifton has, you know, allowed for other members in the city to step up in these roles of leadership and learn from their experiences doing so. So those are my closing comments. Council, we have work to do. You know, this council has so much potential, and we do such great work. But, you know, talking about the public perception, we got work to do. So, and then, sorry, very, very last thing. I wanted to remind council, I had a good talk with Sterling this past week about our rules and procedures and what could have been done in hindsight, looking back to last special meeting and the kind of the hostile conversation that was had. And we went over the rules and decorum. And, you know, when a council member is, or a mayor is what some of us might consider attacking another council member, we can call a rule, a point of order and reference point 701, decorum and order amongst council members.
And then if that behavior continues after that, we can then request or call a point of order again and reference point 8.01, process for appeal, of which then a vote will be taken. And that should hopefully keep us in check. You know, I'm not necessarily thinking that we should go back and revisit our code of ethics discussion, but I think we just need to speak up in real time when there are attacks occurring at the dais, because we just need to cut that out and we need to hold each other accountable. Great. Thank you all for hearing me out, and have a great night, and we'll talk soon.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to remind the public that the Housing Department has some information sessions on the Community Development Block Grant process. And Christine Pavlik is who is overseeing the CDBG grants. And there's a video recording of a presentation, a town hall that Christine did on Saturday, and it is on the Housing's Facebook page. And if anyone, that's a lot to remember, people can email me if they're interested in it, and I'll make sure that you get a copy of it. And that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. A couple things. Last week, the Metro Plan met, and we allocated some money to the city for the Downtown Mile project, which of course is just kind of putting all the ends together as far as the Rio de Flag across the railroad tracks, the new railroad tracks, the bridge at Milton, the underpasses, the Lone Tree corridor. They kind of like coordinate all of that. So it's a very important effort. And if it's not finished, we won't be able to use the money for Rio de Flag, and we could lose it. So very important. Metro Plan did allocate money to the city, and the city is working it. So that's good news. Councilmember Sweet and I had a meeting with the police department this week to go over the draft noise ordinance. And that was a very positive meeting. I think the police department and the two council members, myself and Sweet, would agree. That will be coming back. It's scheduled for this month, sometime in January. Very briefly, I just listened to Councilmember Shimone's comments regarding drama at our meetings. I'll just say two things: less drama, more work. And thank you for those comments, Adam. And then I will say that I did prepare a brief statement here, which I'm going to read. I think it's like 3 or 4 sentences. It says, on January 19th, Mayor Deasy will give the State of the City address on the steps of City Hall. The mayor has the right to speak for himself generally and on certain restricted subjects for the city. In this case, everyone should know that the speech will represent his views, and its content has not been discussed with council, and its context may or may not be in agreement with the views of the council majority. Just for the record. I think that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you. I just wanted to do a big thank you to staff and to Acting City Manager Heidi Hansen for tonight and offering such detailed information. You put a lot of work into it, and I appreciate it. And most of you, I think, know by now, but my husband's mom passed away. It is about 2 months from when his dad passed. So I will be traveling to attend the funeral, and I really vowed to never miss a city council meeting, but I don't know and I don't believe I'll be back by next Tuesday. So if I am not in attendance, please forgive me, but family calls right now, and I will, obviously keep abreast of the meeting and rewatch it and not skip a beat. So thank you. A lot of you have wished me and my family well, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, Councilmember Sweet. Hugs and prayers and love to the Sweet family. I'm here for you as a colleague and as a friend. I only invite and invoke mayor and council to practice modus vivendi. Agree to disagree peacefully and respectfully, and upholding the rule of majority, which I have asked at our first ever budget retreat with this council in December last year, is to uphold the democratic centralism. So, and I will save my council liaison reports at the allotted time next week, because I have a lot to report. And thank you, everybody. Stay safe and well.
Thank you, council members. It is my twin's birthday today, so I'm going to leave it at that and take my sleeping child to bed. So thank you. Meeting adjourned.